have a question for you. Have you ever thought that your dreams might be messages from your higher self? Isn't that an interesting question? Dream Psychology, this book that I'm about to read, is written by a psychiatrist, and his name is Maurice Nicoll. And he was also a Gurdjieff student, and it reveals how your dreams can actually guide you towards self-discovery and inner transformation. And unlike Freud, who saw dreams as fragments of desire, Nicoll presents them as spiritual signposts, symbols that connect us with the deeper layers of our consciousness. So in dream psychology, he shows us the role that dreams are in awakening us to a higher state of being. And I'm going to read this book to you now, and I hope you enjoy it. Dream Psychology, Chapter 1, The Psyche. The dream arises somewhere out of the psyche and appears as a highly complex and often brilliant and very dramatic structure, which no one in his waking senses could imagine to himself, save after a very laborious and prolonged effort. It would be a somewhat exhausting undertaking to guarantee to supply dreams to a man who dreamt every night. But the tale of the dream is spun spontaneously and without effort. The spontaneity and effortlessness point to the existence of a workshop wherein the tissue of the dream is woven. This part of the psyche is called the unconscious mind. Without much discussion, it is possible to understand that the dream is a very intimate product of the human psyche, and that the questions that surround it demand for their answer a very intimate kind of investigation. The nature of these problems is not a material one, and therefore not easy to understand. They cannot be looked at through a microscope. They are problems of marginal and unconscious psychology. They are concerned with the attempt to push out into those shadowy realms that surround consciousness, in which a kind of thought and feeling life exists, but dimly apparent to the busy man. He may experience their influence in the personal and natural upheavals that they bring about, but he remains unconscious that they are really connected with him, and continues to look at life as it is represented by the dispositions of interest in consciousness. The attempt to widen consciousness, to make accessible to it stimuli which hitherto had been ignored, is traceable in many fields other than medical psychology. These attempts are the first gropings after the interpretation of an inward, slowly growing impulse. So far, some of its results in music, art, and literature, as well as in medicine, have been sufficiently odd, but the impulse remains unaffected by criticism. Outside medicine, there is discernible an increasing tendency to look for the explanation of familiar and recurrent experiences as much in the human psyche itself as in the material situation. A man may be unable to perform some task, such as giving up cigarette smoking, and attribute the failure to some objective difficulty. But it is possible that the explanation may be found in some inner compulsion or hindrance, which lies in the man's psyche itself. The problem then becomes an interior one. This shifting of the focus of blame from without to the inner scene brings with it a new consciousness of responsibility. As of old, it finds that the solution of suffering and difficulty does not simply lie in the amelioration of physical things, but in the understanding of those forces which exist in every being, and upon which the ultimately decisive factor in personality rests as a boat upon the sea. A neurotic patient may attribute his condition to the house he lives in, or to the climate, or to the food he eats, and think that if only these factors could be ameliorated, he would be healthy. But until he realizes that he carries the roots of his malady in his own psyche, until a new understanding of his malady and a new consciousness of responsibility shine in him, he will continue a neurotic and may wring the changes upon house, climate, and food to the end of his life in vain. It is this lack of realization in the patient that becomes the problem of the physician. The necessities of the human psyche, the internal strains that are set up by a wrong use of life, the damming back of energy owing to false attitudes with its consequent deflection into abnormal channels, become questions that demand his closest attention. For every neurotic patient is an individual in whose development something has gone wrong in a particular way, and it is the duty of the sincere physician to find out how and when the mischief arose and why it still persists. There is no fixed rule. It would be a mistake to handle a man like William Blake in the same way as a man like John Stuart Mill. That seems evident. Their problems as neurotics would have differed. Thus, every patient has his own special and peculiar problem, but the real problem is never found wholly in consciousness. Although it is a very common view that the human psyche consists of static memory and dynamic consciousness, a layer of consciousness, as it were, superimposed upon a mechanism of memory, there are some familiar experiences that might well deepen and widen such a conception and put the background of mind under suspicion. Parents may protect a little child with the utmost care from the tales of foolish nursemaids and from fairy stories with tactless pictures, and thereby expect that no terror will creep into the child's mind, nor nightmares. And they find that they do not succeed. The goblins of the night spring out of the sleeping senses themselves, as apparitions older than the waking mind, as haunters older than the haunted. They lie in the psyche itself. They are, as Lamb has called them, transcripts, types, and archetypes. They are in us and eternal, and he asks how else should the recital of that which we know in a waking sense to be false come to affect us at all. This question of the appeal that things make is of peculiar importance. How, when we have no theory of mental background, can we possibly approach the question of appeal? A great many things which are nonsense, when viewed through reason, make a powerful appeal. The appeal and its power is not found to bear any relation to its comprehension by reason, unless a negative one. The appeal is not rational. Fairy stories grip the mind, but what they grip lies beyond consciousness. We cannot explain by simply studying what lies in consciousness why fairy stories should exist at all. Why should we be interested in a frog that turns into a prince? It is the same way with dreams. A man experiences a dream that affects him strongly. He reconstructs it and retains it. The reconstructive impulse may be so strong that he takes it to his friends, although he knows perfectly well that they will be uninterested, and the dream probably seems the purest nonsense. He dreamed that his house was on fire, or that he forged a check, or painted the finest picture in the world, or he dreamed he was changed into a frog. There is an anticipatory side that must be glanced at in this question of appeal. What common observation has detected is summed up in the saying that coming events cast their shadows before them. That is putting the matter objectively. The saying can be put another way. That which is about to become conscious influences the direction of interest in consciousness. It attracts and deflects it, like an approaching magnet. What is at first only vaguely connected with it makes an appeal, then the more closely related, until at last the appeal is replaced by the realization. You can see these early deflections preceding most of the typical developments of life, long before the individual is aware of their meaning. But this is a subjective way of looking at experiences as if they were movements or displacements occurring within from the realm of the unconscious through the marginal into consciousness. It is only in this way that the anticipatory or prophetic element in dreams, historically the earliest to be recognized, is to be understood. At the present moment, there are several schools of psychology concerned in the study of unconscious activities and the analysis of dreams, and the theories of their bearing on the individual are conflicting, but it is possible to detect a basis of general agreement. The dream is regarded as a material of the first importance in the investigation of the factors responsible for unusual states of mind, and all schools look at it as a typical product of the unconscious regions of the human psyche. And that concludes Chapter 1. Chapter 2 is entitled The Problem of the Neurotic. So I hope you enjoyed Chapter 1. And please like and subscribe. And till soon. Dream Psychology, Chapter 2, The Problem of the Neurotic. It's customary to think that functional nervous disease is something unusual, and that is because it's associated in people's minds with palsies and convulsive seizures and other dramatic forms. But that's only a small part of the picture. It is one extreme, and the other extreme is illustrated by those quiet, undramatic disorders known as neurasthenia or psychothenia or nervous exhaustion. Between these two extremes, we find an immense number of people who, while not incapacitated, are distinct variations from the normal. They do not call themselves neurotic, and quite rightly so, because it has become almost a term of abuse. People think that if no cause can be found in the body to account for a man's illness, then he is playing some elaborate trick. They call him a neurotic. But if a keen and hard-working young surgeon gradually begins to have an unreasonable fear of sharp instruments, if the idea grows in his mind that he might do something silly or worse with a knife, what are we to think of this malady? He is certainly a neurotic. He suffers from a psychoneurosis. From the physical point of view, he may be perfectly sound, and yet he is tormented by these strange ideas to an extent which is difficult for an outsider to realize. Now, if we regard his neurosis with its shade of contempt, we are guilty of a singular lack of insight, for his neurosis clearly comes between him and his ambition. He does not desire his neurosis. There is nothing pleasing about it. One cannot imagine that King James willingly endured his torments when he had to knight one of his subjects with a naked sword. His feeling that he might stick it into the kneeling figure was not a pleasure to him, for he had to close his eyes and have his hand guided. And if we say that these ideas are silly, that they are absurd, grotesque, fantastic, can we for a moment suppose that we are helping the patient? He knows that they are silly, fortunately, and yet he cannot escape from them. However impressively we tell him that the whole business is pure imagination, and however large our fee may be for this service, we do not cure him. He merely gives up seeking any help and fights a silent battle. Now, when a man has an eruption on his body, we do not necessarily seek for the cause in the eruption itself. We go beyond the rash, and we seek for the cause in the bloodstream or elsewhere in the physical background. If a man has an eruption of grotesque ideas in consciousness, then we might consider that the causes are not to be found in consciousness, but in mental background. It is not only abstract theory. The attitude of the neurotic himself supports it. When a neurotic patient sits down and relates as exactly as he can what is the matter with him, he experiences a difficulty. The difficulty varies in proportion to the definition of the neurosis in the physical field. It may be totally undefinable in physical terms. It may be easily definable in physical terms, but when described demands various additions that are non-physical. He may say that he fears to cross open spaces and that rather than rather than walk across a square, he will go around its margins. He may say he is unworthy to associate with his fellow men, or that he has an idea that he carries infection about with him, which will cause the death of other people. He may describe some ritual or elaborate washing or disinfection, or of some ceremonial bowing and gestures, which he is compelled to carry out in order to relieve his mind of some intolerable tension. But whatever form the neurosis may take, after describing it, he shows a tendency to proceed further. The tendency produces the impression that there is always something left unsaid, although the patient may have nothing clearly conscious in his mind at the time. When a man has pneumonia or cancer or a broken leg or whatever he says is final. It is as full a statement of the case as he can give. There is no impression of something being kept back or something shadowy that seeks expression, for which no words can be found. But what the neurotic says of his neurosis is never final, nor does it produce that impression. It sounds like an introduction to something. To what is it an introduction? Is it possible to ignore the sense of the unfinished and straightway begin to prescribe and advise? But if this course is not followed, and an attempt is made to explore the situation and find out why the impression of something unfinished is left in the mind, it leads inevitably to a personal encounter. This cannot be otherwise, for there is only one path left open, and that is the non-physical or mental. Every physician knows the sharp dividing line between questions that deal with the body and those that deal with the mind. It's easy enough to ask how long the pain has lasted, or when it is worst. But immediately the question implicates personality, a tension arises suddenly. The physician feels it before he puts the question. Some bracing of self precedes it. It is easier sometimes not to ask it. It is less exhausting. If you proceed with the case, you find yourself asking questions that have nothing to do with the etiology of recognized organic disease. You may find that you are beginning to gaze into the personality of the neurotic, though you may have no clear idea of what it is that you are looking for. If this course is persisted in, a check is soon reached. The patient gives no further information. To your questions, he begins to give contradictory answers, and the closer he is pressed, the more unsatisfactory are his replies. It seems impossible to proceed further. How else, save through the conscious mind of the patient, can his personality be probed? At first sight, it would seem that an impenetrable barrier has been met, and yet the sense of something unfinished remains. The sense that there is something still out there, but out of reach in the background of the mind. And that concludes Chapter 2. Chapter 3 is called Mental Background. Dream Psychology, Chapter 3, Mental Background. There is a method of looking at personality adopted instinctively by all people. The storyteller, the talker, the speaker, the witness, anybody, in fact, who dominates the moment, is regarded by the most innocent spectator from two absolutely distinct points of view. What he says and what he remembers and adds as time passes form one train of interest, but the way he speaks forms another and quite independent train of interest. The witness is quite conscious of what he says, but he is only partly conscious or unconscious of the way he says it. The practical value of this lies in the fact that although people know that he may be unconscious and readily accept the idea, yet his unconscious gestures and mannerisms are regarded as being of as much importance as the stream of words issuing from his mouth. It is not perhaps too much to say that often they are regarded as far greater importance. What hearing has this on mental background? It means that there is a natural tendency for people to look behind the conscious levels and conscious processes for the whole understanding of a man's actions. The eye instinctively focuses itself as much on mental background as on mental foreground, and in looking at mental background, it sees some kind of activity at work that either corroborates or gives a denial to the processes occurring on mental foreground. How does this activity reveal itself? It reveals itself in a great number of small ways, in a language that is difficult to describe and yet unmistakable in its meaning. It is a very curious, minute language of gestures, hesitations, attitudes, and changes in color, voice, tone, and expression. It is a language that shines through speech itself. It is read by the kinds of words used, by the emphasis of the reiterations or avoidances. It is a language that speaks in many other ways, some of which escape the power of words. Its peculiarity is that it's understood by all human beings, and apparently to a greater or less extent by animals. The more finished a statesman or diplomatist or a man of the world is, the less easily can the language be read. It is not the language of conscious gesture. It is the language of unconscious gesture. Perhaps it is the channel most used in forming opinions of other people, and particularly it is the source of first impressions. Now this language, unconscious to the speaker, is read by the listener unconsciously. Later on, by careful thinking, some of its symbolism may be brought into consciousness, examined, and given an explanation. But that is not a common experiment because it seems unnecessary. I have used the term symbolism in describing this language. In this connection, a symbol can be defined as latent meaning. Its meaning is latent only in relationship to the intellect because it appeals immediately to general intelligence. It is understood apart from the intellect. When the intellect is brought to hear on it, I believe that word is supposed to be to bear on it. When the intellect is brought to bear on it, it requires to be unpicked and spread out. It is thus condensed as well as latent meaning. The language of unconscious gesture is a language of condensed and latent meaning, but though condensed and latent, its effect is very powerful. Let us take an example as an illustration. A man is called upon to propose somebody's health at a public dinner. He makes a very adulatory speech and then he lifts his glass. His gesture is only partial. He raises his glass slowly a little way off the table and announces the toast. His action at once suggests a meaning. In spite of his words, his enthusiasm is reluctant. The action at once flashes this meaning into everyone present. That meaning is grasped long before any conscious reasoning comes into play. It may be designed, that is, always a possibility, but it may be quite unconscious. The man may clumsily upset his glass at the moment the toast comes. The action produces a sense of awkwardness. Something has occurred that contradicts the outward spirit of the proceedings. It arouses a kind of suspicion, or, to quote an actual occurrence, after an extremely friendly speech, the man raises an empty glass instead of a glass of wine. He discovers his mistake and apologized. Now the mistake and the apology left behind a curious flavor. The man's actions belied his words. That is a common phrase, but it sums up the position accurately. All these gestures are symbolisms. They are eloquent in themselves, but they convey meaning that is latent and condensed, or, to use a better term, they contain unfocused meaning. If they are brought up into full conscious examination, they are capable of interpretation. Interpretation is the handling of symbolism by the intellect. It is here that differences arise, because every man interprets with some bias, which may be momentary or permanent in one direction or another. A friend will interpret the wine glass symbolism in a different manner from an enemy. A believer in the future of humanity will interpret the sign of the times, which are symbolisms with prospective meaning, in a happier light than a believer in ancient tradition who sees the golden age in the past. Now these disparities are fundamental and are encountered whenever symbolism is under discussion. Focused meaning covers a certain area which is reality. A bottle of ink or a lamp or a jackal are things with certain clear circle of focused meaning within which no argument occurs, but the expression of a face, the configuration of the stars. A poem or a dream are things that contain no clear circle of focused meaning. Their meaning is blurred or unfocused. They are capable of various interpretations and therefore tend to belong to symbolisms rather than realities. Naturally, if realities, that is, things with focused meaning, are interrogated far enough, they lose their definition and pass into symbols. If you pass out of the clear circle of focused meaning, you pass into symbolism. The reverse process, the passing from latent and blurred to clear and focused meaning, has been the main trend of mental development recently and has made modern science and the machine age possible. In this way, it becomes possible to recognize in some degree the relativity of symbolism, and the recognition is important because it has become a preoccupation of some people to attempt to draw a sharp line of division between symbols and realities. At the same time, it's possible to see how interpretation, or the process of focusing in consciousness, some of the meaning latent in symbolism is influenced by the personal considerations. No one, for example, supposes that a Jew looks on the symbol of the cross in the same way as a Christian, or that, in approaching symbolism in general, he will ever see eye to eye with a man who is not a Jew. Differences in mental background must degrade or refine the interpretation. A man who is lacking in some typical human experience will never interpret in quite the same way as a man who is richer by it. Now, we have so far considered mental background in two aspects. In one, it seems responsible for a certain language, which we have called the language of unconscious gesture. This is a language of symbolism. In the other, it is responsible for differences in the interpretation of these symbols and symbols in general. Excuse me. What bearing has all this upon dreams and the study of the neurotic? It bears upon the problem of the neurotic directly because the neurosis is a creation of the mind, like the dream. It is something which arises spontaneously, without apparent organic causes. A man may suffer from morbid fear. This is a kind of emotional neurosis. His fear fastens on this or that beyond his control. Or he may have a strange, dominant impulse to do something grotesque that is quite out of the tenor of his normal life. This is a kind of ideational neurosis. It is some uncontrolled force in himself fastening on a bad or primitive idea. Or he may have some loss of function, a palsy, or a loss of sensation, or an inability to act, or think, or feel that is beyond remedy by conscious control. This is a kind of function neurosis. It cripples efficiency. One can say that the neurosis always cripples efficiency, and efficiency is not to be measured in terms of action alone. It must include the power of thought and feeling and instinct. It may mean nothing but a loss of power of enjoyment, but this is a loss of efficiency as much as a paralysis affecting a leg or an arm, or a cramp affecting a hand. A man cannot sit down and manufacture a neurosis for himself straight away by taking thought. He cannot produce a functional paralysis by thinking of it. The neurosis shapes itself. It reveals itself as something beyond the region of conscious activity. Its growth is undetected, and its appearance, like the dream, may be one of dramatic suddenness, or it may distract attention gradually with a certain subtlety, vanishing for considerable periods and then reappearing with fuller insistence, in the same way as some dreams gradually shape themselves night after night in a certain direction. It distracts attention as something coming in upon the conscious field from without, something puzzling and unthought of. From what region does it come? It must come out of mental background. The neurosis then can be regarded as a creation of mental background. This does not mean that mental foreground or consciousness has nothing to do with formation. We have seen that mental background can be looked on as being responsible for the minute language of unconscious gesture, which may contradict the processes occurring in full consciousness. The operations of mental background are affected by the operations of mental foreground. If, then, the neurosis is a creation of mental background, it does not follow that what is occurring in mental foreground never has anything to do with its production. Mental foreground, by causing mental background to react in certain ways, might theoretically be wholly responsible for the creation of the neurosis, but the responsibility would not be a direct one. The matter can be put into simple allegory. If a stern master quite unwittingly starves a servant, and by reason of this wretched state, the servant commits an act of violence and robbery, how do we look on the master? As with the neurotic, one feels in his presence a sense of bafflement. Who is responsible? The act of violence, like the neurosis, has a complex origin, and one does not know where to put the blame. It is a triangular problem. The problem of the neurotic is also triangular, and it can be compared to the problem of the master, the servant, and the act of violence. At one angle, it is a fact of neurosis, a functional paralysis of the legs, let us say, and this can be likened to an act of violence. There is, at another angle, the statement of the case, the patient's history and explanations as given by himself, and this is the point of view of the uncomprehending master. At the third angle is the statement of the servant, and this will not coincide with the master's account. It will contain much that the master was unconscious of and incapable of realizing. What is comparable to the statement of the servant in the problem of the neurotic? When the physician listens to the account of the patient's illness, he has, like everyone else, 2 points of view. What the patient says forms one train of evidence. The manner in which he says it forms another. In other words, the language of unconscious gesture gives him certain clues that the conscious estimate of the patient does not give. The patient says, for example, that he is by nature calm, good-tempered, and broad-minded. Certain hasty gestures, facial contradictions, and movements of the eyes and phrases contradict that statement. The patient is unconscious of them. Now, all this can be compared to the statement of the servant who, owing to his master's ignorance, has been starved and finally driven to an act of violence. It lies outside the consciousness, the master's estimate. It belongs, so far as the patient is concerned, to the unconscious, but it does not belong to the unconscious in a static or negative sense, but in a dynamic and positive sense. It is an independent activity of which the patient is unaware. It is unconscious activity. The language of unconscious gesture is not the only indication of this activity. The man who takes up a pencil in a fit of abstraction and finds some time later that he has drawn a curious pattern which seems meaningless is influenced by it. It is only a step from this to automatic writing in which the activities of the unconscious are led out in a definite direction or through a particular cerebral mechanism. The post-hypnotic states afford illustrations of how a suggestion planted under conditions that are not those of normal consciousness affects the trend of interest in a manner that is somewhat comparable to the compulsion, neurosis, and also some of the vagaries of memory. A person, while under hypnosis, is given the suggestion that 5 minutes after he wakes up, he will sneeze. He is aroused, and 5 minutes later, the peculiar accuracy with which the lapse of time is calculated does not belong to conscious estimation. His face is contorted and he sneezes. He may not always sneeze. The initial contortion may only show itself, in which case compulsion is replaced by tendency. Now, no one can make himself sneeze without some external or suitable stimulus and a suggestion to that effect, given under normal circumstances, has no result. The sudden appearance of the impulse to sneeze, which arises, so far as the patient is concerned, apparently spontaneously, and, as the physician knows, without organic cause, is comparable to the sudden appearance in consciousness of the imperative idea or of forgotten events. The movements of memory constantly suggest the influence of activities beyond consciousness, and the control of memory, like the control of the act of sneezing, does not belong wholly to the conscious mind, but the particular product that demands some theory of unconscious activity for its explanation, and the one that concerns us here is the dream, for it is by study of this typical form of unconscious elaboration that certain problems of the neurotic become apparent. Of what value is the dream when the problem of the neurotic is under consideration? The value of the dream lies in the fact that it is a typical product related to the angle or aspect of the problem of the neurotic, which has been compared to the statement of the servant. So far, we have seen that the language of unconscious gesture can be regarded as parallel to the servant's case in the problem of the master servant and the act of violence. This angle, the angle of unconscious activity in the neurotic's problem, cannot be approached directly. If the comparison is extended, let us suppose the servant were dumb and also illiterate. In that case, he would give his evidence by gestures, and if he were something of an artist, he might draw pictures as well to make his case clearer. Now, these pictures would correspond to the dreams that are thrown up on the screen of projection. No, the screen of perception during sleep. The fact that these pictures were at first sight meaningless or only vaguely suggestive would not necessarily detract from anything of value. A hasty observer might throw them aside after a first glance, but that would arise out of a disinclination to take the trouble to find out if the illiterate artist were not drawing after a special fashion of his own. Moreover, if some complicated statement had to be shown pictorially, the artist might be driven to employ a complicated method which would require a great deal of patient elucidation. In other words, he might have to draw a complicated cartoon, the interpretation of which might be a matter of great difficulty. The dream, then, may contain valuable material, and, like the servant's cartoon, it may have behind it a definite motive. And that concludes Chapter 3. Chapter 4 is entitled Dreams and Cartoons. So I hope you enjoyed that. If you did, please like and subscribe, and till soon. Dream Psychology, Chapter 4, Dreams and Cartoons. To record an event by drawing the idea of it in your mind is simple, as long as the idea is simple. If the idea is that the king of Assyria smote a certain city, you have only to draw the city and the king smiting it. But if the idea is that monarchical government is bad because it brings an abnormal focus certain necessary human passions that otherwise would remain diffuse and harmless, how will you draw it? Simple ideographs are useless, but there is a method that is used for depicting such ideas. It is the method of the cartoon, whereby form and thought find a plane of contact. The political cartoon of the week has some points in common with a dream. It is a product which is more or less meaningless, save to a man who knows something of the political situation. It is a pictorial symbolism, whose elements require a kind of interpretation, and it does not conform to the pattern of reality entirely. It drops continually into symbols, and where it drops is at the point where meaning escapes the power of simple, direct portrayal. It is a mingling of focused and unfocused meaning. And by this mingling, according to the skill of the cartoonist, a significance results that requires a lengthy explanation. It covers a wide area of thought. It contains a condensation of meaning, and we have already seen that the language of unconscious gesture is a language of symbolisms that contain meaning in a latent and condensed form. The idea concerning monarchical government could be rendered by this method. A king with a burning glass focused on Europe and the sun overhead, with the name of his nation written across it, might, for example, form the main symbols of the cartoon. But what is apparent is that an immense number of ways offer themselves to the cartoonist when he seeks to portray abstract ideas. He is not governed by the laws of the ordinary artist. His only limitation is the necessity of remaining reasonably comprehensible. This limitation does not operate in the same case of unconscious activity, for even coherence is not typical in the dream. Some conditions certainly favor coherence. Times of great mental stress or moral conflict are frequently accompanied by vivid dreaming, and in a way it might be said that vividness and coherence in dreams go hand in hand. But this coherence is not relative to intelligibility, but is rather a coherence in this sequence of events, which are related to one another by a kind of naturalness. But when they are reviewed in the morning, they present a clear, well-knit picture, which, unlike a cartoon, is unintelligible. It may profoundly intrigue the fancy, but how is it possible to handle it? If the analogy between the cartoon and the dream is pursued, a possibility of handling the dream is suggested by a consideration of the way in which a cartoon is approached. The cartoon is the result of circumstances affecting national life. To understand it, these circumstances must be known. Now, if it be said that dreams result from certain circumstances affecting individual life, a prejudice must be examined first, before the larger issue of these circumstances can be freely undertaken. For some people will say that the circumstances are well known, and that they consist in physical disturbances. A late supper, it may be contended, constitutes the circumstantial cause of much dreaming. And that is as far as one need look for the whole theory and explanation of dreams. The late supper school, that is, the school of physical causation, does not, however, furnish a wholly satisfactory argument. There is no doubt that late suppers and other disturbances of physical equilibrium provoke dreaming, but if you were to say that they constitute the explanation of dreaming, you might as well see that recent shower of rain, the whole explanation of that green tinge that now covers the desert plain. It's simply an example of a common confusion in thinking. Either the activities that underlie dreams are intensified by certain physical disharmonies, or the awareness of dreaming is increased by some lowering of threshold value. But the physical disharmonies do not in themselves explain the dream. They act as sensitizers. The developing solution that flows from a photographic plate is not the explanation of the areas of light and shade that appear on the white surface. It merely reveals what was already there, and what was already there depends on circumstances unconnected with the developer. From what kind of circumstances, then, do dreams arise? In looking at a political cartoon, it's possible to imagine a great number of threads of interest, national, social, and personal, converging onto it and determining its symbolism. Now, though the dream is infinitely more complicated than the cartoon, it has in the same way behind its symbolism a great number of converging threads of interest. This is very easily proved. The incidents of most dreams cover certain episodes, places, and people that are quite familiar. These elements, brought together in an apparently haphazard way in the dream, represent different threads of interest. Each one is, so to speak, a gateway that opens into a long avenue of recollections, feelings, and thoughts. You dream that an acquaintance is sitting in your study wearing a khaki uniform. The acquaintance, your study, and the khaki uniform at once form three separate threads of interest. The dream brings these threads together for some reason. A dream, therefore, might be regarded as a pattern of interest. The formation of the pattern differs from the dispositions of interest in consciousness. The acquaintance may never have been in your house. He may never have worn a uniform. Yet, the dream, according to its peculiar tendency, disposes these objects of interest in a new formation. It produces a new and unthought-of pattern, and this is a fact that people recognize instinctively when they say, in the presence of the unexpected or extraordinary event, that no one would have ever dreamed it possible. The dream then seems to arise out of the individual interests, in that its component parts are people, events, and places that are familiar, but its method of combining these parts is distinctive and full of surprises. Looked at from the surface, it is a process that handles the individual's interests in an unexpected manner. Now, what is unexpected proximates to what is not thought of or not conscious. Therefore, the dream is not only a product of unconscious activity in the sense that it is woven by something beyond conscious effort, but it is also a presentation of interests in a form that hitherto was unexpected and unthought of, and so unconscious to the individual. This point requires to be made plain, and for this purpose I will cite some dream examples. Number 1, quote, I was staying in a large hotel on the coast. The hotel is one I had often seen from the outside, but I've never lived there or even been inside. I was rather perplexed to find that it was really a cathedral that had been adapted to accommodate guests, and was chilly and uncomfortable. The manager was a priest with an aesthetic face, and he carried a bell. The bell was the dinner bell belonging to my old home. He rang the bell at intervals, and then he pointed to a tablet on the wall. Some Latin inscription was on it, which reminded me of an incident in my early school days when the headmaster flung a book at me because I used, in translating some passage, the term arable land instead of something more poetical. Then I noticed the priest had become rather like the headmaster. He took me by the arm and he spoke earnestly to me, and he pointed to the tablet again. I saw now 3 shining objects on it, like stars. These merged into one. End of quote. In the dream, it will be seen how an entirely unexpected and unthought of pattern of interest is produced. The new pattern is a presentation of interests in the form that was unthought of and unconscious to the individual, and it was woven by an activity of whose processes and machinery the dreamer was unconscious. It is worthwhile looking more closely at the dream. I have said that a dream seems to arise out of individual interests, and that its component parts are familiar. This applies to the larger part of the majority of dreams. But there are sometimes curious and unfamiliar combinations, such as the 3 shining objects in the above example, and these link up with familiar interests only with difficulty. Like the new words that so often crop up in dreams, they constitute a kind of ideational neoplasm. Sometimes they are beyond solution. At other times, as in this case, there are certain hints surrounding them that set up a train of interest and so establish some mental relationships. Now, this dream, although so many interests seem confused and compressed in it, maintains outwardly a sort of coherence, which we may compare to the outer form of the cartoon, and like the cartoon, it has a certain neatness in its manner of symbolism. A bell in the hands of the priest is not unnatural. The dream adds to its significance by making it the dinner bell belonging to the dreamer's old home. By means of the tablet on the wall with its suggestion of a Latin inscription, a channel of interest is opening up, reaching to school days, and this is then reinforced by a likeness to the headmaster becoming visible in the priest's face. There is also a kind of theme based on contrasts running through it. This is indicated at the opening by the fusion of the hotel and the cathedral. It is again suggested by the fact that the priest carries a dinner bell. The hotel and the dinner bell form natural associations on one side, while the cathedral and the priest are related on the other side. The Latin inscription is associated by the dreamer with a certain failure to rise to an occasion in the past, a failure to translate a passage in sufficiently poetical language. This inscription is afterwards replaced by 3 shining stars, a symbolism that need not be discussed here, and they are pointed out by the priest schoolmaster in an earnest manner. In the dream, which I have given in the words of the dreamer, there are certain parts which make the dream and certain parts which belong to the dream as afterthoughts or associations, and the whole constitutes the record as turned out by the memory. It is only natural, from what we have seen, that fringes of association should be added to the actual material of the dream, since the material is made up of individual interests, and these ramify endlessly. But if an attempt is made to investigate the above dream more closely, a method now reveals itself. It is the method of association, which obtains in the dream and not only forms the symbolism, but is the key to the interpretation of the symbolism as well. Each element in the dream represents, as we have seen, a gateway leading into an avenue of interest. If the gateways be traversed by asking the dreamer to discuss, in the most candid manner, each incident and figure of his dream, then new significance begin to take shape. As an example, I will give some observations made by the dreamer on two separate elements in the above dream. A. The bell. Quote, "It does not ring now. I think it is cracked or lost. Its sound used to vibrate through the small house, and I was never glad to hear it, as meals were more in the nature of a duty than a pleasure to me, owing to family quarrels." End quote. The symbol of the bell, therefore, is a gateway that leads up to an avenue of unpleasant associations. It is also something more. It is connected not with pleasure, but with duty. Now this symbol is in the hand of the priest with the aesthetic face. B. The priest. Quote, "His face reminded me at first of Cardinal Newman. I had been reading Tolstoy's Conversion, in brackets, Motive of Dream, and thinking of Newman, and wondering who was the better man. I would not have liked to know either of them. Tolstoy's home must have been uncomfortable in later years. This forms a link with the bell and the family quarrels at meals. Conversion, if it means making everyone uncomfortable, including yourself, seems to me a thing to avoid, yet I know it is inevitable for some. My old headmaster was not aesthetic looking. He was down on me because I was idle, and I feared him. When I used that phrase, arable land, he raved, and he ended by saying, I could do better if I tried. I remember that sentence very well, and the look of reproval, and I don't think I grasped my poetical lapse at all. It was a bit out of Virgil. I have forgotten all my Latin." End quote. The symbol of the priest thus taps a considerable volume of thought, of which I have given a synopsis. It brings out the question of conversion, that is, a complete change in one's attitude towards life, and behind this, a suggestion of individual inadequacy. It is not my intention to elaborate on the dream, but to use it only as an example of a method of approach whereby a wider significance is given to the symbolism. The bearing of dreams on the individual will be considered more intimately in a later part of the book. Another example may be cited here in order to show the affinities that exist between the cartoon and the dream. Number 2, quote, "I was in the presence of the king. He was about to confer some decoration on me. He pinned on my breast a medal, which was either the VC or the DSO, but I noticed that the medal had upon it the word whip, WHIP, upside down. In this end quote. In this example, the scene is exactly comparable to the atmosphere of a cartoon. It could be drawn as it stands. The important function is delineated, but an element of grotesqueness is introduced. Some associations given by the dreamer were as follows. A. Whip, W-H-I-P. Quote, I had thrashed a native camp follower that day for a self-inflicted injury. The native struck himself with his brass feeding bowl on my head and drew blood. I have no idea why the word should have been on the medal. B. The king. Quote, the presentation of the VC by the king is the highest honor one can obtain. End quote. It is to the outward similarity between the method of presentation of the dream and the cartoon that attention is drawn. A cartoon that had as its object some shade of irony, some reflection on it, some reflection on an otherwise excellent character, might assume a form that corresponded with this dream, the word which appeared reversed on the medal, giving the clue to the nature of the irony intended. And that concludes Chapter 4. Chapter 5 is called Interpretation. Till soon. Dream Psychology, Chapter 5, Interpretation. In the dream, as in the cartoon, you survey a picture whose elements do not lie in the same plane of focus. It is drawn, as it were, in 3 dimensions, and the meaning of some of its features do not lie on the surface, but in the background. One of the methods by which you get into the background and gain the proper perspective is the method of association. The farther back the true perspective lies, the more condensed and latent is the meaning in the symbol that lies on the surface. The meaning of a symbol may lie like a sunken vessel, with only the point of its mast at the surface, and its bulk in the deep, or it may lie close to the surface, like a tangle of seaweed. The intellect, which can only deal with meaning on one plane at a time, has as its task the adjustment of all these elements lying in so many different planes, and the welding together of them into a reasonably comprehensible form on one plane of focus. This is the task of interpretation, for it is the interpretation of the dream and not the dream itself that is valuable. But when the symbolism of dreams is studied, a great difference from the symbolism of cartoons is encountered. The difference makes the interpretation of the dream a very much more difficult task than the interpretation of the cartoon. For the sources of the dream lie very much deeper, and its symbolism is not always drawn from the passing fashion of the age, but from the foundations of the human mind. Thus, in the dream, symbolisms are sometimes found that link up with what is most archaic in human history. To find parallels to them, the pages of human development must be turned back and the fantasies of the primitive mind examined. By reason of this, some have thought that the study of unconscious activity from the symbolism of dream is only regressive in trend and implicates the spirit of the past alone. It is not only in dreams that symbolisms of an archaic nature are found, but also in the neuroses. These intrusions of the primitive past into consciousness occur beyond dispute. But it is possible to take up the view that the activities of the unconscious, while constantly revealing elementary and primitive forms, do not necessarily point to a theory that sees in them nothing but tendencies that have been overcome and suppressed in the history of human development and have no prospective value. It is necessary to look at one aspect of common speech in order to find a parallel to the apparently fantastic imagery that the dream sometimes shows. Well, I must apologize here because one of the pages seems to be missing. Hence, I can't read it. I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm going to start at the page after that page. Well, that's odd, isn't it? The result is a symbolism, but it's not always a very deep symbolism. The tendency that exists for common speech to express meaning in the form of concrete illustration rather than in the abstract is similar to the tendency of the unconscious to clothe its activities in graphic form. In the former, the result is a language of imagery. This is seen particularly in proverbs. Suppose the meaning it is desired to express is that it's better to make sure of one thing than to be uncertain of two. It is an idea that finds expression in numberless proverbs amongst most nations. It is the idea behind the saying that a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, in English, or that 1,000 cranes in the air are not worth one sparrow in the fist, Arabic, or that he who hunts 2 hares leaves one and loses the other, Japanese. There are many other forms, but the meaning remains central and is extracted from the symbolism by the intellect. Proverbs of this concrete type are capable of graphic representation. A man might say that he dreamt he saw a lot of birds in the sky and that he had one in his hand. The dream would not in any way be unusual. If he had never heard of any proverbs that resembled it, he would mention it merely as something absurd and fantastic, particularly if he rarely dreamt. He would not see in it a resemblance to that activity in the human mind that is prone to cast human experience into allegory or symbol or symbolism or myth. Turning aside for the moment from the symbolism of proverbs, there is another form of symbolism that accompanies imagination. The imaginative man sees relationships and correspondences which are hidden from others. Now the imagination deals in metaphor. An imaginative bit of prose or verse is full of metaphor and allusion. This is a kind of symbolism in that, while the reality is circumscribed by a wealth of approximations, in itself it remains out of the picture. The focal point of the meaning is never visible as a primary experience to the spectator, but it becomes visible as a secondary experience through the spectator's own mind. In other words, he interprets, and this, perhaps, is the beginning of art. If the intellect were the only quality of the human mind, the whole of symbolism would not exist. Imagery, allusion, metaphor, allegory, myth, rhythm, music, fantasy, and poetry would be impossible. Literature would contain focused meaning only. Painting would be photography. But such a speculation is idle, for the intellect rests on that part of the human psyche that contains the activities responsible for those qualities, is fed by it, and out of it weaves its special pattern. We become accustomed to our fantasies, but we do not become accustomed to our dreams, for in our dreams we do things more strange and unexpected than anything we do in fantasy. And while fantasy seems intimate and closely linked with our lives, the dream comes, as it were, from a remote and unknown region. But just as there are fantasies that assume familiar forms, so there are dreams which are shared by many people. The dream of missing a train, The dream of flying, the dream of being naked, or the dream of losing a tooth are not peculiar individual products, but seem to be common to humanity. It is on this fact that the popular dream book is founded, in which a dream of a particular type must always have the same meaning. For example, 6 people may dream that they are flying. This may mean, according to a dream book, that happiness is in store for them, quite apart from their various conditions of life. Now, the idea that the same dream must always have the same thing mean the same thing is exactly comparable to the idea that the same action must always mean the same thing. But if 6 people get into airplanes and fly, the meaning of their actions may be entirely different. One may be learning to fly. One may be flying for a wager. One for pleasure. One for curiosity. One to overcome his fear, and one to carry a message. In the old views about dreams, it was recognized that their values were symbolical and that they required some kind of interpretation. The interpretations that were given were teleological. That is, they were regarded as products with a purposive and prospective aim. They were prophetic. But in seeking to put a definite value on their symbolism, the help of the dreamer was not invoked, so that interpretation became a matter of ingenuity. When Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar's dream, he did not question the king about any of its symbols, but evolved the interpretation wholly out of his own mind. Now, there is an evident danger in this kind of method, for 2 men may dream of a horse, and one may connect the symbol with money that he has lost, and the other may connect it with the present he's going to give his wife. The symbol then has a totally different meaning and value for each of the dreamers, owing to the associations connected with it. Broadly speaking, associations may lead in 2 directions. There are reductive associations, which, like a chemical analysis, reduce the symbol into its elementary parts. This is the Freudian method of approach. On the other hand, there are constructive associations, which shape and develop the symbol to fit in with the immediate life of the dreamer, and so bring it to a level of the contemporary experience of a living thing. This method is used by the Zurich school under Dr. Jung. The following 2 dreams, coming from the same source, will illustrate the 2 methods. Quote, I was in a cave. A long, narrow passage through the rock led into the sea. I struggled through and found myself in the surf, battling for life. I got to a boat and was helped into it by F.W. End quote. The next dream is less definite, but its symbolism is round the same theme. I was in a ship on a broad river. On deck was a baby, naked, curled up in a curious way, apparently asleep with its knees bent up and its arms pressed tightly to the side with bent elbows. Someone threw it into the water, and then I saw a big ship with a great rent in her side. Someone said, "Oh, that often happens. It can be repaired easily." There was some wild maneuvering about the water, ships flying around in circles, and then I awoke. End quote. The symbolism of both these dreams is round the idea of birth. A purely reductive analysis, which was applied to the first example, led to an anatomical significance of the symbolism in which even the rudder lines of the boat found a place. The presence of F.W. was not quite accounted for. The association round F.W. were to the effect that he had offered the patient a post, which the latter was not willing to take. Now, F.W. may be left out of the dream altogether, as is superfluity, and the birth symbolism alone examined. This was at first done, and the associations pursued a fixed path along the patient's knowledge of the birth process. down to the earliest memories in this connection. This occupied a considerable time. The patient revived his childhood speculations on birth and the myths that he had been told. He revealed his present-day reflections on the subject. In the second example, the figure of the little baby curled up and apparently asleep at once brought associations dealing with the business of birth. The dream is more hilarious than the first one. Really? But it deals with the same object. What then do these dreams signify? Is it possible to say that the unconscious of these patients finds itself preoccupied with primitive wishes connected with the mother, or to make the patients understand this thoroughly? But what application have these products of unconscious activity to the dreamer's life? He may say that he never permits himself to think of subjects so elementary as birth, and then one may point out that it is a repression of a normal preoccupation of the mind, and that it expresses itself in the unconscious, and so finds a secret satisfaction. By making the patient focus his whole attention on one or another symbol, we may force out of him memories and thoughts, all dealing with the subject of birth, dragged out from the marginal shadows of his mind, until at length the reductive analysis comes to an end in the purely anatomical. The process is rather like picking all the scarlet threads out of a Turkish carpet, so as to understand the reason for its existence and what is gained. What is gained is a certain insight into self, that to a certain type of objective or extrovert mind, which possesses little self-knowledge, is always useful. In the case of the subjective mind, we have usually only confirmed what was known already. If these two dreams be handled from the teleological point of view as products with a prospective bearing upon a patient's life, the motive of the unconscious becomes more comprehensible. In the first dream, FW and birth are brought together by the unconscious. FW is a person who had offered the patient a post. The patient at the time was in difficulties but refused FW's offer. The unconscious brings together these two interests in the dream, the idea of a new post and a new birth. It approximates that which the dreamer did not approximate in waking life. It forms a new pattern of interests. How is the idea of new birth, of the person being born again, a metaphor common in speech to be put in pictorial form? A cartoonist, withheld by conventional considerations, would scarcely portray such an idea in obstetrical symbols, but the unconscious has no such limitations. In the above cases, the symbolism is of some interest. The association of water with birth finds many parallels in mythology. This is natural, for the sources of mythology and the sources of the dream are similar. Dr. Jung has compared the reductive method to an analysis of the bricks and mortar that compose a cathedral in order to account for the reason of its existence. We might add another illustration. A theory of painting might be evolved based on the chemicals lying on each canvas. Thus you might say that on analysis, pictures contain lead, chromium, iron, copper, and cobalt. You might then group the pictures in a gallery according to the amount of one or the other that they contain, and thus seek to explain their difference. Dreams handled by this reductive method lead to the conclusion that they have certain basic and unvarying elements, just as pictures have certain basic pigments. Dreams often contain objects such as sticks, lampposts, church spires, masts, pillars, tall hats, trees, lamps, pipes, funnels, umbrellas, candlesticks, nails, guns, and pillar boxes. Now, all these objects have a quality in common. They are longer than they are broad. We might therefore say that these objects, when they encounter in dreams, have a similar significance. We could say that their significance was phallic. This theory would then correspond to the views of the school of psychology, which has grown up around the teachings of Freud. The analysis of a dream according to this method will always lead in the same direction. Like the chemical analysis of a picture, it will invariably discover certain ingredients. By the constructive method of association, the opportunities of interpretation are greatly increased. Through it, one escapes, as it were, from a confined space into a region of wide issues. The disadvantages consist in the fact that interpretations become more speculative. They can always be adapted in some degree to satisfy the dreamer or the interpreter. That is inevitable. The same may be said of the ordinary method of interpreting pictures in a gallery. The advantages of the reductive method consist in the fact that within its narrow limits, it gives a definite and absolutely final result. If you say that a picture of the dawn consists of 10 grams of chromium and 30 grains of lead, then it is quite definite and final. And if you say that a dream of 2 top hats consists of 2 phallic symbols, then that is also definite and final. You come, so to speak, to a dead end. You are operating on one level of values and you have only one point of view. In the case of the pictures, while it is true that they could not have been painted without pigments, you can only see art as an arrangement of chemicals. And however seriously people may argue with you, that you have only to point to the picture and ask them whether they deny that this patch is chromium or that patch lead. If they still argue, you can say that they refuse to see your point of view because of some inner resistance. But if you say this, you must remember that they have an equal right to say that you cannot see their point of view because of some inner resistance. Let us consider for a moment the dream of the 2 top hats. The first part of the dream ran as follows, quote, I was returning from the country to the town, and I had an idea that I had been wasting my time. The trees were dark, and there was a light rain falling. I had 2 top hats and was endeavoring to protect them from the rain. These 2 top hats gave me great trouble. I could only keep one at a time out of the rain, and if I put one under my coat, then the other became wet, and when I put the wet one under, it became roughed up. The idea crossed my mind that it was absurd to bring back 2 top hats from the country, and I wondered what on earth I was doing with 2 top hats at all. End quote. Now, the first associations made by the dreamer to the top hats were 1. Going to church on Sundays. 2. Professional work. We might then, from the constructive point of view, say that 1 top hat stood for all that is contained in the idea of going to church on Sunday in the dreamer's mind. The dreamer said that he went to church to please certain people and that his professional work had caused him to take a view of life that did not quite coincide with orthodox teachings. He found difficulty in reconciling what he thought were his duties to his relations and his personal desire for honesty. At the time of the dream, he was able to return from the country, where he had been having a prolonged holiday, to resume his work. How, from the constructive point of view, can we apply this dream to the dreamer? Let us examine the second part of the dream. Quote, I walked on, wondering what I should do, and then I thought, I'd better take a tube train so as to protect my hats. I turned a corner of the street and came upon an open space, where I met a beggar. He was a very cheerful and robust-looking beggar, and he wore a cap. He did not ask me for anything, but I offered him 6pence, which he took with a smile, and went on. I continued my search for a tube. juggling with my hats, feeling very annoyed that I had given the beggar 6 pence because I realized that it was unnecessary." End quote. In reflecting upon this part of the dream, the dreamer remarked that the beggar was in a better position than he himself was because he wore a cap. Now, we might take the two top hats as symbols of two contradictory and possibly artificial sides of the dreamer's life, which handicap him. His discomfort is contrasted with the freedom of the beggar. The beggar on the high road is independent and presumably ready for all weathers. The dreamer finds himself unprepared for even a light rain and confused by reason of the burden of having two top hats. That is probably two unadjusted sides to his life. I think I've said enough to indicate that this dream, handled along these constructive lines, gives promise of an interpretation of greater practical value to the dreamer than an analysis by the reductive method, which would reduce the whole dream to the sexual level. But it would be a mistake to think that dreams are innocent of sexuality. At the beginning of the war, a great many people dreamed that enemy troops were in the back garden, or down the street, or in the house, or knocking at the door for admittance. They dreamed that enemy aircraft were overhead, about to drop explosives on them. Many of these dreams were nightmarish. Often they were so vivid that people were troubled by them and half expected to see their immediate fulfillment. It will be of interest, perhaps, to examine some of these dreams and through them approach the subject of symbolism and interpretation with which the rest of this volume is concerned. I will give 2 examples of those I collected at the time. Number 1. Quote, "I was walking down the street where our house is when suddenly some soldiers wearing helmets came round the corner. They stopped me and one of them grasped my arm. I woke in terror." End quote. Number 2. Quote, "I dreamed I heard a noise, and I got up to look out of the window. I saw soldiers in the garden. The moonlight shone on their helmets. They were all around the house. I tried to call out for my husband, but he was fast asleep, and I was so helpless with terror that I could not make any sound." End quote. These examples are taken from different sources. The first is the dream of a girl of 17. The second is the dream of a married woman. In these dreams, the theme is similar. A sudden, unexpected, and alarming situation develops. In the first dream, a young girl walks down a familiar street and suddenly encounters the unfamiliar. In general, that seemed to have been the main feature of many of these early war dreams. Excuse me. Enemy troops suddenly invade familiar domestic scenes, the house, the street, the garden. 2 interests, totally opposite, are fused together by the unconscious. The resulting products might, to some, seem to contain wish fulfillments thinly disguised and sexual in nature. That would be the Freudian view. But other interpretations may be permissible. Let us suppose that the fear of invasion had been acutely conscious to the recipients of these dreams, which, in point of fact, was not the case. How far does this explain their dreams? If that were the case, then these 2 dreams would roughly represent what was a constant preoccupation of the waking mind. They would merely be after images presented in sleep, of thoughts that continuously traverse consciousness during the day. One would then say that this was perhaps quite normal, that if you think constantly of a thing, it is normal that it should repeat itself in sleep. But is this a fact of experience? It is not a fact of experience. Dreams do not characteristically deal with the thoughts of the day in the same way as the thoughts have run. There are always marked differences. It often uses the incidents of the day for its symbolism, like the cartoonist, and this has given rise to the belief that dreams are simply confused recollections. But in these cases, the thoughts of the day did not concern the fear of invasion. In the second case, the dreamer seemed, on the contrary, indifferent to such possibility. She had strong views about the war at that time, and these views were negative. The war had nothing to do with her or her husband. Let those who want to fight, fight. She had other things to do. In the case of the young girl, this extreme attitude was not apparent. The war to her was rather stimulating. It created excitement and bustle and a certain new enjoyment. It opened up new possibilities. Now, enemy troops may, of course, be taken literally, and a literal meaning be put on these dreams, in which case they may appear rather useless and purposeless, for the situations that they depicted did not come to pass. As symbols, they must have a kind of meaning. They represent danger. In the broadest sense, they must stand for a menacing factor. Now, if you take people of any age from early childhood up to senescence, it will be admitted that there is always to be found some menacing factor in their lives, for a child must learn certain lessons of self-control and behavior from its nurse. A boy must go to school, a girl must grow up and get married, a man must earn his living, an old man must relinquish desire and begin to adjust the past, which begins to emerge from his unconscious. There is, in other words, a typical menace for a typical age, and each of these menaces demands an adaptation. A boy going to school comes up against his fellow creatures for the first time without the support of his mother. Life assumes a menacing aspect until the adaptation is made. Then life shows itself as another and new menace. This seems to be the plan behind individual development. When a national disaster like war arises, everyone is implicated in the general menace, and everyone has, in addition to the new public menace, what we may call his own private and personal menace. Both menaces demand adaptations. The two may naturally link up. To a young girl of 17, there is a latent menace that is typical, the menace of sex and its consequences. This is her private and personal menace, and of it she may remain only vaguely aware. It lies concealed as yet in the background, but a great deal of her interest and consequent action is indirectly connected with it. It deflects interest, as we have seen, when discussing the question of latent appeal, like an approaching magnet. In dreams and reveries, it may assume a definite form that is anticipatory to the eventual attitude in consciousness. When, therefore, a girl of this age dreams that a menacing factor confronts her suddenly round a corner of the familiar path, we may see in it something that is connected very deeply with inner problems. The foreign soldier who grasped her arm may be a symbol of life in a certain aspect. The reason why such a dream should come to her is to be sought for in mental background, where the immediate future is germinating. It is not to be sought for in the way in which she regards the war only. That has a lesser significance. The larger significance is that she is on the threshold of life, about to confront something unknown. There are dangers in some degree comparable to the dangers that a soldier confronts in a new land. The excitement of the war opens up new possibilities of quicker development. A critical moment may arise at any time. The dream shows such a moment arising. It therefore may be prospective in kind. It is a foreshadowing and not a wish fulfillment. I have said enough to outline how it is possible to understand the symbol of the enemy troops in the first case. Superficially, if necessary, one can see in the dream some more literal application, but beneath it, it is possible to see another motive that clothes itself in the symbols that it borrows from the crucial position of the nation and applies to the inner personal situation. The dream touches on a relationship between her position and the nation's position. It sees in them something identical and applies the factors of reality as symbols of her life. If we turn to the second dream, a most significant feature is the lack of correspondence between it and the conscious attitude of the dreamer. She thought that she was uninterested in the war. It concerned neither her nor her husband. How far is such an attitude true or possible when individuals are plunged into the cataracts of life? To be indifferent and to assume an attitude of indifference are two different things. The assumption of a particular attitude means that other attitudes are possible and that one is chosen. The others are excluded. Now, when most of the incidents of daily life, when indeed 9/10 of the incoming stimuli of the senses are connected with war, to keep the conscious mind busied with other things must denote an effort of strain, avoidance, and suppression. In such cases, the activities of the unconscious and marginal mind are interesting to watch, for in sleep, the checks that operate in waking hours have not the same values. Marginal material may become central. In her case, there may have been a reason for this attitude of avoidance connected with her husband. Let us examine the dream in this light. It shows her in a familiar domestic scene suddenly confronted by those forces that she would seek to ignore and leave to others for their solution. Her own garden is filled with enemy troops. In this situation, she instinctively turns to her husband for help. He is asleep, and she has lost the power of calling him to her help. She was very much attached to her husband, and he occupied a large part of her interest. The dream shows a reversal of the dispositions of interest as controlled by her in consciousness. That which she chose to ignore is present in bulk. That which she clings to, her interest in her husband, is cut off from her. He is asleep and she cannot call him. This reversal of the balance of interest must mean something. The emotion that accompanies it is one of helpless terror. Now, what relation can we find between her, the enemy troops, and the husband? We can find an immediate one in the fact that the war might take her husband away on active service. The marginal recognition of this possibility, therefore, may have been at the bottom of her conscious attitude towards the war. It was an attitude that thrust away anything full of terror. No, it was an attitude that thrust away something full of terror. It was an artificial compromise. The dream might contain, and probably does contain, this significance, in which case the enemy troops symbolize the fact of war, and, in a large sense, exorable destiny. She is made to look at it face to face. But it is possible to glance at deeper issues in the dream. It is evident that an attitude of artificial suppression of certain aspects of life, or anything that intrudes between the ideal and its attainment, means a false outlook, for it is necessary to assimilate and not to suppress. To shelter behind someone in order to continue the artificial state, and to summon that person immediately, any combination of events threatens to break the spell. To expect the fact to be soothingly shaped into the cherished ideal. is but to live a life that is merely a lie. Let me read that sentence again because it's somewhat convoluted. To shelter behind someone in order to continue the artificial state and to summon that person immediately, any combination of events threatens to break the spell. To expect the fact to be soothingly shaped into the cherished ideal is but to live a life that is merely a lie. The dispositions of interest in such a person's consciousness are like selected articles in a shop window. A brief recapitulation may be given here. In the girl's dream, the significance that was outlined was a preparatory one. It was suggested that symbolism might be looked on as foreshadowing the dreamer's passage from girlhood to womanhood. She leaves her home and life in the form of a strange man. No. She leaves her home and life in the form of a strange man suddenly comes on her while she is near the old and familiar scenes and grasps her arm. She awakes in terror. The second dream was given a corrective or compensatory significance in the sense that it was a reaction to a strain set up by the woman's deliberate, conscious attitude, both toward the war and toward anything in life that threatened her. And that concludes chapter 5. And I'm so sorry that we're missing a page here. If I can find it, I'll redo this chapter. But, it was pretty early on in the chapter, so I don't think it has all that much significance because he does actually say what he means and with examples, right? So I guess it's okay. Anyhow, that's how it is. All right. The next chapter is chapter 6, and it's called Compensation. So, till then. Dream Psychology, Chapter 6, Compensation. It is possible to look on some dreams as if they were compensatory. A man who experiences some dislocation of affairs that renders him despairing may find comfort in his dreams. What is lacking in reality or what is lacking in waking consciousness may find expression in dreaming consciousness. It may also find expression in the man's fantasies. For example, the Arctic explorers in the midst of their hardships, when the deprivation of food was great, noticed that they had fantasies of and dreamed of certain articles of food, particularly carbohydrates. Now, carbohydrates, tarts, cakes, pastries, and so on, were lacking as facts of experience. This can be looked upon as a compensatory effect. The poor peasant girl who daydreams of the prince who is to take her away to his castle is also giving expression to something which is lacking in reality. The prince and the cakes and pastry would thus seem to be called into existence under similar circumstances. They are compensatory to reality. If we glance for a moment at the mutable influences that surround people's lives, it is evident that compensatory factors are continually at work. Social considerations demand the deliberate use of these factors, such as in the paying of compliments, or when we seek to comfort people even though we know that what we say is hardly true. One distorts reality slightly with a definite object, all through the business of life, on the side of the compensatory factors. It is thought natural that a man should slightly exaggerate his income, his social status, his abilities, and so on. The persistence with which a man or woman will cling to these slight distortions of reality may suggest that they are in some way essential to them. When a man describes what he has done in his career, his description is practically always colored. The best side is emphasized. What was poor and mean is deliberately compensated by an extension of what was praiseworthy. This form of lying is not looked upon very seriously, just as the daydreams of the peasant girl are tolerated because the total effect of this kind of compensation works contrary to the mood of despair. There is a powerful machinery in us that is constantly engaged in this work of compensation, but the extent of its working has a limit beyond which disaster is courted. This machinery we can call the fantasy building system, because all these slight distortions of reality are fantasies. Fantasy, then, in this sense, has the definite value of compensation. What connection has the fantasy building system with the dream? If we find that the dream is simply the fantasy building system at work, then night dreams and daydreams must have a similar value. And if we say that a fantasy that compensates a deficiency in reality is the same as the fulfillment of a wish, then we might expect the dream to contain always a wish fulfillment. In brackets, Freud. But it may be asked why a compensatory fantasy should be the same as a wish fulfillment. If a man goes to sleep in the middle of a swamp with thunder and lightning overhead and a demon chorus of jackals around him, and dreams that he is in his wife's arms at home, are we to look on this as a wish fulfillment or as a compensatory factor? It may be said that the one is contained in the other. Which is the greater? If we take the view of wish fulfillment, we give to the dream a narrow significance. We can say that it is the fulfillment of a sexual wish. If we take the compensatory view, we can say that the dream, in its primary aspect, comes to counteract the distress of physical conditions and permit an adjustment during sleep, which is necessary to keep the balance of life, and that the wish fulfillment is a secondary aspect. The period when fantasy is most active is during childhood. In what way is this compensatory? It is possible to say that it is a wish fulfillment and nothing more, but it is also possible to say that it is wish fulfillment in a narrow sense and protective in a wider sense. For the fantasy building system surrounds the growing child like a dense cloud on whose outer margins fall the shocks of reality. As the child grows, the thickness of this cloud diminishes. We might add here that the more sensitive an individual is, the more he requires compensatory fantasies if he is to exist in reality. Tough minds do not require this compensation in the same degree. The main difference between the two views can be expressed briefly. The wish fulfillment theory of Freud sees in the fantasy and in the dream the gratification of a wish that is not to be fulfilled in reality. The compensatory theory sees in the fantasy an attempt to provide that which is lacking in reality, and it is protective in meaning. That is taking a theological view. Thus, a woman whose husband is reported to be missing at the front, and who, in spite of all facts of the case pointing to his death, constructs an elaborate theory that he is alive, can be regarded from 2 points of view. Her fantasy can be looked upon as the fulfillment of a wish, and from this Freudian standpoint, would, I suppose, spring, and this, from a Freudian standpoint, would, I suppose, spring from a sexual source. Or we can say that her fantasy is the outcome of a compensatory system in her psyche whose object is protective. Excuse me. It protects her, perhaps, from insanity. But a larger view still may be taken of fantasy. In the unattractive peasant girl's fantasy of the prince, we can see, besides effects which are compensatory to her deplorable surroundings, an impulse that is valuable to her. As a result of the beautiful picture which her fantasy paints, she might possibly be led to improve herself. It might act as bait. The fantasy that is common to poor people is based on society. The prince, the earl, and the lord are symbols of what they consider to be a better life. The poor and others work through these symbols. A society that contains earls and lords will be stable just for so long as earls and lords have a symbolical value and stand for supreme factors in the fantasies of the mass. When the early Pilgrim Fathers sought to throw off this fantasy, they went to America. Their descendants are still aware of this fantasy, but it is more in the nature of an interesting curiosity to them, rather than a serious motive. The fantasy that has become serious is that of riches, in which the millionaire is the supreme symbol. It is through this symbol that the American people work. In England nowadays, people work through both the symbol of the Lord and the millionaire. One might be tempted to say that in France, a very powerful symbol is that of the woman. To the Russian people, the aristocratic symbol is, in its purest form, was until recently effective. But over the whole West, the symbol of the machine is potent. Now, the value of all these symbols, round which fantasy works, lies in the fact that they furnish the means through which the activities of the people are called into play and progress is made. They galvanize the people and hold the social fabric together. If you could take away by some magical process all value from the symbol of the Lord and the symbol of money, what would happen to the people of England? To some people, it would make no difference, but to others it would render life totally meaningless, and they would cease to work. In the case of the peasant girl, if we took away her fantasy of the prince and did not replace it with any other fantasy, we would be doing her a tremendous injury. For we would be taking away the means whereby that age progress is possible to her. If we could replace that fantasy by one which was religious, and this is problematic, then she would still have the means of progress, but along a different path. It's impossible to It is impossible to overestimate the danger of destroying an individual's fantasies. It must be recognized that there are fantasies within fantasies. In the case of the Arctic explorers, their fantasy about carbohydrates would have led them home if it had been the only fantasy. But it was overshadowed by the greater fantasy of discovering the pole. And that concludes Chapter 6. Chapter 7 is entitled Overcompensation. So I hope you're enjoying this. I certainly am. And if you are enjoying it, please like and subscribe. Until soon. Dream Psychology, Chapter 7, Overcompensation. The protective influences in the mind differ from the protective influences in the body in the sense that they are capable of greater abuse. The woman whose husband is missing may, by some conscious process, permit the compensatory fantasy that he is alive to attain such a degree of stability that it upsets her sanity. That is, the very thing provided to preserve her sanity may destroy it. Thus, fantasy has a double aspect. It is benevolent and malevolent. There are many professional strengtheners of fantasy, especially in wartime. The woman seeking to consolidate her fantasy might consult a medium. Her condition would be comparable to that of a man who, having taken alcohol during a period of great strain, when it was perhaps beneficial, goes on taking it to excess. But why should the woman consult a medium? In her state of increasing overcompensation, there must be some force in her mind which seeks to break down the fantasy and against which she strives to fortify herself. This force might reveal itself in dreams. What she seeks to keep out of her consciousness may find expression in her dreams. In such a case, the system that wove the dream would be working against the fantasy building system, and this condition of affairs would be caused by the excessive degree of overcompensation. Let us take an actual example. A young man began to paint pictures during a period when it was impossible for him to pursue his normal line of work. He achieved a minor degree of success and gradually conceived the fantasy that art was his true vocation. His normal work followed a difficult path. Art, on the other hand, seemed to him easy by comparison. His fantasy-building system wove pictures of a large studio, pleasant surroundings, easygoing companions, and unscheduled hours. In this state, he experienced the following dream. Quote, I was at an exhibition of pictures. Some of my own were hung in a corner. The room was empty. A man entered wearing a fur coat, and I seemed to know that he was a millionaire and a great connoisseur. He began to examine the pictures. He came to the corner where mine were hung and passed on with scarcely a glance at them. End quote. The dream went on to deal with other matters. The point that concerns us here is that this fragment, as it stands, might be taken as an expression of an impulse in the dreamer's psyche that acts in opposition to the fantasy that has gone beyond the point of normal compensation. The taking up of painting was a compensation under the existing circumstances, but the idea of taking up art as a vocation was pushing the fantasy too far. The dream shows a wealthy connoisseur taking no notice of the dreamer's pictures, as if, in his opinion, they were totally worthless. Fantasy, operating in consciousness, had built up the idea that the pictures were of value. The dream, springing from levels below consciousness, seems to contradict this. But why, it may be asked, should the dreamer experience this dream? We might see in it another attempt at compensation, an attempt to correct the overcompensation of the fantasy-building system. If this be the case, we obtain a glimpse into the workings of the human psyche that may be valuable. For we see underlying the compensatory system on the conscious levels a more deeply lying compensatory system which operates from unconscious levels. Now the pseudo-artist, in his overcompensated state, was like an extreme optimist. He took an excessively optimistic view of his artistic powers. Something deeper within him appeared to take a correspondingly pessimistic view. If we regard extreme optimism as overcompensation, on conscious levels, then we must regard extreme pessimism as undercompensation in the same sphere. And that concludes Chapter 7. Chapter 8 is entitled Undercompensation. Till soon. Dream Psychology, Chapter 8, Undercompensation. In the morbid and pessimistic person, there is something wrong with the fantasy-building system. It does not furnish a constant supply of pleasant and beneficial illusions, but it seems in some cases to work in the opposite manner. The fantasies it constructs are negative. They increase the difficulties of reality instead of masking them. A man in whom fantasy has this form is in a state of continual undercompensation on conscious levels. Let me take an example. A man was called upon to take up a business post with considerable responsibilities. He was of the undercompensated type. Fantasy did not immediately present him with a picture of a successful career, of himself rising swiftly to a position of great importance in which he would control the destinies of thousands of people and handle immense sums of money. On the contrary, it showed him a vision of tremendous responsibilities which he would be unable to meet. He saw himself as a total failure. His fantasy expended itself in building up images of what people would do and say when defeat came. Now at this time he experienced a dream, which I will give here, because it is possible to extract a meaning from it without any elaborate theorizing about symbolism or interpretation. Quote, I was behind the scenes in a large theater. The second act was about to begin, and it seemed that I was to take the leading part in it. I was very upset at this discovery, for I had no idea what I was supposed to do. The other actors seemed confident, however, and told me that I was to dress up in the costume of a pirate, with sea boots, frogged coat, pistols, cocked hat, and cutlass. Then I seemed to be in this costume. I swaggered onto the stage, brandishing my cutlass and using strange sea oaths. I was a little timid, but I felt sure that if I made sufficient noise and showed that I didn't care what the audience thought, I would pull the part off successfully. End quote. In this dream, we might see an influence that is compensatory to the actual fantasy in consciousness. The dreamer, instead of being shrinking, pessimistic, dubious, is shown in the part of a swaggering, blustering, self-assertive pirate. The picture is painted in highlights which form a striking contrast to the half-tones in consciousness. With the deeper symbolism, we are not concerned here. Now, if we consider the conscious fantasy of the man concerning the business post and the overdrawn character of the dream, we might come to the conclusion that they are both psychic products, neither of which expresses the right attitude for him in this matter. Fantasy is too negative, the dream is too positive. They are at opposite poles. Truth lies somewhere between them. When, therefore, we say that the system responsible for the dreams works against the system responsible for fantasy, it must not be thought that they are antagonistic so much as paradoxical. And the paradox consists in the fact that the dream and the fantasy seem to center round some ideal mean. Let us suppose that the fantasy had been very near to the correct attitude that the man would have taken up. then, theoretically, the symbol of the pirate in the dream would have undergone modification because there would have been no psychic necessity to have called it into existence. In other words, there would have been nothing so extreme as a pirate in the dream. The following case will serve as a further illustration. A married woman receives news of an extremely depressing nature. She was of the undercompensated type. For her, life was always serious, and the news produced a mood of extreme despair. She went to bed with a fantasy in her mind in which life appeared as a black picture of hopelessness. All efforts seemed vain. The only condition worth thinking was that of total extinction. She experienced a dream of a peculiarly vivid character. Quote, I was seated under cover of something which seemed to be a table, and gradually became aware that a figure was approaching me. It was a man. He came from the side, so that I could not see him clearly, but I felt his presence very distinctly. He seemed to radiate an atmosphere of love, which increased in strength as he approached. I became filled with an ecstasy of peace and joy. The feeling was so strong that it remained with me after waking up and lasted for several days. End quote. In this dream, we can see a concentration of those emotions that were lacking in her conscious life. The compensatory effect, however, was not transient but persisted for some time. Without probing the symbolism, we can see, from the most superficial point of view, evidence of compensation. And that concludes Chapter 8. Chapter 9 is entitled Fantasy and Rumor. Till soon. Dream Psychology, Chapter 10. The Unconscious Motive and Interest. We must now consider dreams in a more intimate manner. We must look for motives that are more personal. The unconscious motive behind the dream is comparable to the conscious motive behind an action. If a man walks down the street and bows to every letterbox, people at once try to interpret the meaning of the action. They act on the assumption that there is a motive behind it. If they can find none, they may look upon him as a madman. That is taking up the view that there is no motive behind the actions of a madman. In the madman, the normal interaction between the conscious and unconscious psyche is disturbed, and an intrusion of latent or unrefracted material occurs. It is this same nascent material that forms the dream. It must contain a motive in the sense that it is a psychical force. It tends to go in a certain direction. It makes the madman do or say or think certain things. It shapes dreams in a particular mold. These may seem chaotic as long as they are taken literally. The action of a man going through some elaborate symbolic ritual, like that of a Mohammedan at prayer, appear chaotic in a similar way to an unsympathetic observer. To understand the unconscious motive, it's necessary to understand the symbolism in which it clothes itself. In handling a dream, the aim is to discover the motive of the unconscious. This motive is significant to the dreamer, for it represents a tendency or a force or a bias that exists in himself. In the case of the neurotic, it reveals what's going on behind the scene. And if we look on the neurotic as a person in whose psychic many abnormal strains and counter strains exist, which he does not understand, it is evident that its discovery is very valuable. And it is not only valuable in the case of the neurotic. In looking for the motive in the dream, one has to look at the same time at something else. To recall for a moment the allegory of the master, the servant, and the act of violence, it is natural, if we wish to understand the motive behind the act of violence, to seek to understand the attitude of the master toward the servant, the attitude of the conscious mind, which is compared to that of the master, requires to be understood by examining the unconscious motive, and simultaneously the attitude of the conscious mind is made clearer as the unconscious motive reveals itself. The whole question centers around the expression of interest. It concerns the sources of outlet that interest finds through the conscious. We may criticize a man on two counts. One is for some kind of excess, a too great vanity or talkativeness, or avariciousness, or sensuality, or diligence, or piety. The other is for some deficiency. He is stupid or mean or narrow or shy or lazy. If these qualities be turned into terms of interest, we can say that in a general sense we criticize a man either for an overexpression of interest in some form or for an underexpression. A theory of interest becomes possible. That force that reveals itself as interest can be called, for short, interest. And interest is now in italics. It flows in many directions, and the directions in which it flows make a man what he is. In using the term interest instead of life force or élan vital, in brackets Bergson, or libido, in brackets Freud, is open to objections in that it is unscientific. It may be said it is a vague term, and that the idea of the libido is more concrete. But there is a certain danger in using a term like libido because it helps to strengthen a one-sided view of life. Its advantages may consist in the fact that it constantly reminds us that sexuality enters very much into life and that we are apt to forget it at times. We have only to look at academic textbooks of psychology to realize that, but it may remind us too much of this and so exclude the other sides of life. The ideal word has yet to be found. If it is said that to speak of interest and to treat it as an energetic conception, which can cover all aspects of life, is unscientific, is unscientific because it is too vague, it is possible to reply that this is the kind of thing that may be needed in psychology. We need a central conception that constantly reminds us that in psychology, though we may discover approximations that are useful and serve as outlines for theories and are supported by practice, nevertheless, no theory will ever imprison and fix life in a rigid formula. And the reason of that is psychological itself and can be given now, although it anticipates part of our thesis. For no sooner do we make the fact wholly conscious and apply a sharply cut definition than it becomes possible for nascent material to form below consciousness. It is owing to this that treatment is possible in psychological medicine. It is for this very reason that the purely scientific spirit in psychology continually undermines the rigid structures it erects. For the nascent formulations below consciousness do not represent what is isolated and circumscribed in consciousness. In order to develop the theory of interest, some brief dream examples can be cited. A spinster who, living in solitary, emotionless life and rarely went out, although perfectly healthy, experienced a recurring dream. She dreamed that she saw pools of stagnant water. It was always stagnant water in some form, never running water. How can we look on this symbolism? When it is said that a man's life is stagnating, it is meant that such a person takes little or no interest in things. Like the servant in the parable, he keeps his talent wrapped in a napkin. It may be for fear of losing it, or for other reasons. What is stagnating? Interest is stagnating, which should flow out through some channel of expression. Of a person who stays indoors absorbed in studying mathematics, one does not say that he is stagnating. His interest flows along an inner channel of expression. There is constant movement in his mind. But a person who stays indoors and does nothing is certainly stagnating. Interest in such a case is held up. It is dammed back. It flows nowhere. It lies, we may say, in stagnant pools like water. We may see in the dreams of the spinster a symbolism that represents an inner situation. It represents the state of that force that reveals itself as interest. It is stagnant interest. But it may be said that a great many spinsters stay indoors and do nothing and never dream of stagnant water or anything at all. That is perfectly clear. A great many people have little interest to draw upon any circumstances. The potentiality for interest is not the same in different people. It may be satisfied by looking after a parrot and wrangling with a servant. The full development of interest in a yokel is not similar to the full development in a cockney. There is no rule to be laid down, save that there is no rule. The study of dreams and symbolism and their bearing on one particular individual does not necessarily throw any light on the dreams of another individual. The symbol of water in dreams is frequently a significance similar to the one suggested in the above case. Another example can be given. It was the dream of a schoolboy. At the time he was in a form presided over by a man of whom he was in great terror. His terror interfered with his progress, and he remained in the form because his natural capacities were paralyzed. The position was one from which he despairingly thought there was no escape. He imagined he would remain forever at the bottom of that form. I dreamed that I was in a swimming bath full of water. My form master stood on the edge in a red bathing suit and pushed me away with a long pole whenever I tried to climb out. I swam round and round in despair. That the symbolism of the dream has something to do with his position is not difficult to see. But what does the water represent? It is water confined in a small space, and on the confines of that space stands the form master, whose stupid bullying is the cause of the lad's backwardness. What is the confined thing in the dreamer's self? It is, presumably, his interest, which cannot flow out and contribute to the growth of his mind and character. The boy brooded over his position, with that peculiar absorption only possible in sensitive types. The tougher mind is constantly detaching itself from alarming problems and keeping a requisite amount of free interest in hand. The sensitive mind has a much greater difficulty. It fails to detach itself without help, and accumulation begins round the nucleus from which it cannot free itself. In this case, the problem is the form master, and the accumulation may proceed until an abnormal amount or potential of unexpressed or nascent interest is held up, as a dream is held up by an obstruction and forms a lake. A symbol such as swimming bath filled with water might express the inner state of affairs in such a case. To the schoolboy we may proffer the useless advice that he should try to forget about it all. That is, he should take his interest off the matter. But this is only halfway advice. The way of forgetfulness must be shown to him. Forgetting in this sense means the removal of an abnormal and useless accumulation of interest, and comes only by drawing it off into another channel. The water in the swimming bath required to be drawn away. His cure did not lie in mere negation. Let me start that sentence over again. His cure did not lie in mere negation, however passionate, or in a direct attack of his fear. He was not equal to that. It lay in an active process, inseparable from growth. For so much as a dream was possible, so long did he remain in a state of arrested development. The pent-up interest, symbolized as water, represented that force that should have gone to personal development, and which then lay useless in confinement. I have drawn together these two dreams coming from divergent sources, because in each the symbol of water appears with a similar significance. It must not be thought that the symbol of water in a dream always denotes the same thing. There is no fixed symbolism. There is only a tendency found. Also in art, music, literature, and common speech, to use certain symbols for expressing certain meanings. There is a symbolism that stamps each age, while the spirit of that age remains uniform. Its symbols retain a fairly constant value. The same thing might be said of individuals, but there is a gradual ebb and flow of interest around each symbol. For no one remains stationary, so that a man may interpret in one way when he is 30 and another way when he is 35. The symbol of the cross has a particular value now. That is, interest of a certain kind surrounds it. 2,000 years ago, it had no such general value. 2,000 years hence, it may have another value. A chemist might dream of water and associate it with coming experiment. A soldier in the trenches might associate it with suffering. A theologian might see it as a mystic essence. And by the very fact that we give some fringes of consciousness definition through association and thought to a symbol, we thereby alter it in some degree forever in its personal application. It can never be quite the same. The balance of interest between the conscious and unconscious has been tilted, however imperceptibly. A new adjustment has set in. The idea of interest being comparable to water in that it may run as a current or be held up in stagnation gives us a valuable key to understanding of problems of personality. A valuable key to the understanding of problems of personality. For it is then like electricity that runs through the subways of a city and spreads out into 1,000 visible expressions of force. It is like the stream that works a factory full of the most varied machinery. The conception belongs to the energetic view of human faculties. The old idea of the facultative school was that the faculties were primary and irreducible qualities. But this view looks on the various faculties displayed in man as being the various manifestations of one force, just as the brilliance of the arc lamp, the coolness of the fan, the heat of the radiator, and the noise of the telephone bell are all expressions of electricity. We have, as it were, a number of instruments through which primal energy runs. We have various interests, and behind them all lies the same force, the force that reveals itself as interest. This view, though it may seem simple, and one that is borrowed from physical science, is of the greatest value in practical work, for it is at once apparent that interest flowing excessively in one direction necessarily means a deficiency in another direction. It gives a firm basis for all analysis, and it makes possible the formula that there is only one problem in life: the proper use of interest. It is with the utilization, expression, and application of interest that the unconscious continuously concerns itself. For if we can conceive of the force that reveals itself as interest, always welling up from the deeper levels of the psyche beneath consciousness and seeking some outlet like spring water through the fissures and crannies of the ground. With this brief outline of the theory of interest, the meaning of what has been called the unconscious motive becomes clearer. The unconscious motive must center around the question of the outlet of interest. A man who watches water bubbling up through the ground does not know what secret pressures and strains or what cisterns and occlusions exist deep beneath the surface. He has no means of estimating. But in the human psyche, the case is different, for the dream comes through the multitude of conscious affairs as a kind of estimate of the relative tensions of interest below the surface. It has its own kind of emphasis and symbolism, and by a proper approach it throws light on interior problems that would otherwise remain obscure. And I'm going to pause here and continue this chapter next time. Till soon. Dream Psychology, Chapter 11, The Control of Interest. Conditions may arise in the psyche in which interest is held up abnormally. The will strives in vain to direct it along a particular path, and the cause of failure is not manifest in the conscious mind. The following case may serve to illustrate this state of affairs. The conscious estimate of the patient R of his condition requires to be studied before the problem of his dreams can be taken up. It can be condensed in the following terms. He had a strong impulse to perform a certain task, but as soon as he began it, a check occurred. His interest would not flow along the desired channels. His ideas weakened and faded, and he fell into a kind of reverie state or mental blackness. The sense of a loss of confidence in his intellectual powers grew on him. He became absent-minded, apathetic, and irritable, and eventually wondered if some brain deterioration had set in. He could not give up the task. The impulse to attempt it remained, but the results of these attempts became increasingly unsatisfactory. 4 salient points can be selected from this brief account. Number 1, the impulse continued in the patient R all through his troubles. Number 2, although the impulse was there, adequate control of attention and interest failed him. 3, when the patient began to work with obedience to his impulse, his conscious field became a blank. What had existed in it rapidly faded. Number 4, he had no explanation of the cause of his state, save that it was due to some obscure physical condition. I do not propose to enter more fully upon a discussion of the conscious estimate of R, because the features essential to initial estimate of the significance of his dreams have been compressed into the above account. But it is worth pointing out, perhaps, that the state of mind R found himself in, though not rare as a temporary experience, is one that might possibly have caused serious mischief if it had persisted. A persistent impulse strongly felt but incapable of adequate realization or comprehension, that is, incapable of being led out into the light, might suggest something akin to a compulsion neurosis, which is one of the most troublesome to deal with amongst the psychoneuroses. Broadly speaking, a compulsion neurosis is an imperative impulse behind an irrational or antisocial idea. It is a kind of abnormal fixation of interest, but in this case there was nothing necessarily irrational or antisocial in the impulse, which did not play through any particular circumscribed area of conscious ideas, but remained as an indefinite irritant in the marginal psyche. During the period of his trouble, he experienced unusual, vivid dreams. I propose to record and discuss 3 of these, in the order in which they occurred. Number 1, quote, I was in an upper room surrounded by a crowd of ancient philosophers in flowing robes. Amongst them I saw B. They were all talking at once, with pompous gestures. In the center of the room was my writing table, and at it sat someone whom I did not see clearly, as his head was in his hands. I gathered that the noise around him interfered with his work. Then I found myself in the room below. It was a dirty kitchen. A fat, ugly cook with bloodshot eyes, as ugly as Socrates, came in. She was friendly and demanded a drink of beer and stout. I had some beer in a bottle. Excuse me. I had some beer in a bottle in my hand, but I could not find any stout. I became embarrassed. At last, I found some on a shelf amongst the dirty crockery. I poured her out a mixture, and she took it, fixing me all the time with a humorous, leering look. Then she nodded and winked and raised the glass and said, quite distinctly, you must always mix the clear with the muddy, and began to drink. At that moment, the floor above us collapsed, and there was a mix-up. But I was not hurt. I caught a glimpse of one very tall, empty room. The cook and the philosophers had all vanished. End of quote. This dream forms a good example of the semi-rational atmosphere in which the dream conceptions of the sleeping mind are cast. It is well constructed, but apparently quite absurd. We may assume that it contains marginal or unconscious material, that is, material inadequately realized or not realized by the dreamer. If the above dream is carefully examined as it stands, there are some interesting points to be found in it. The dream opens with the dreamer standing in the upper room among a throng of ancient philosophers, and there he sees his own writing table at which sits a shadowy figure who is prevented from working by the noise around him. The anamnesis, ANAMNESIS, has already told us that the patient himself, so soon as he sits down to write, is overtaken by a mental condition that prevents him from continuing. On his descent from the upper room, when the dreamer finds himself in the lower room, he has in his hand a bottle of beer. Here he undergoes a remarkable experience. and feels embarrassed, the only emotion felt in the dream, because he has no stout. This would seem, taken literally, to be totally absurd. The cook, however, does not say that he has to mix beer with stout, but that he must always mix the clear with the muddy. If we glance at the contrast suggested by the words of the cook that occur in the dream, the upper room can be regarded as a contrast with the lower room, not only in the matter of position, but in the matter of inhabitants. Above is the philosophical atmosphere, peculiar to intellect, of a dead world. Below, in the person of the cook, is a very human and very contemporaneous philosopher, who, though not exactly an intellectualist, is far from being a negligible factor in life. The remaining point of interest is found in the sequence of events which follow on the mixing of the beer and the stout. The two rooms become mixed up, merged into one tall room, and curiously enough, neither cook nor philosopher remains. What remains is only vaguely seen. Before continuing the investigation of this dream, a second one may be given, which, though it occurred later, forms a sort of introduction to the above example and helps in the understanding of it. Number 2. So, this is number 2 in Roman numerals, so this is apparently the second dream. Quote, I was aiming at a target. It was placed high up. I had a nice rifle, well made, save in one respect. The sights were not properly adjusted. I could only see the bullseye along one sight. Neither of the sights was properly shaped, but seemed lumps of metal clumsily fastened on the barrel. After several attempts, I grew irritable, and I took a chance shot at a bird flying overhead. I hit it, and it fell. It was a very bright-eyed bird, not yet full grown, and I felt sorry. End of quote. The essential plot or theme in this dream seems to lie in the matter of the unadjusted sights. The dreamer can see along only one sight, and both sights are not clearly cut pieces of metal, but lumps clumsily attached to the barrel. A fine fashioning of the sights, which is necessary to accurate shooting, and a fine adjustment of them in proper alignment, constitute the only deficiencies of the rifle. In a way, this might be regarded as a small matter, and one capable of remedy without much expense or difficulty, but at the same time they render the rifle unsuitable for aiming at a target. Only blind shooting is possible. When the dreamer indulges in this, he brings down a curious kind of bird. If the substance of the dream were to be cast into a single phrase, it might be legitimate to put it in this manner. Quote, you cannot hit the bullseye of the target because your sights are not finely enough fashioned and they are unadjusted. End quote. If the phrase is compared with the remark of the cook in the previous example, you must always mix the clear with the muddy, a certain similarity is seen. In the one, an adjustment of the two things is suggested. In the other, a mingling of the two things. The second dream gives no indication of the nature of the two things, but it contains a hint that with the rifle in that condition, only fledglings can be hit, and not a bullseye. The first dream, though, suggesting that the society of old world philosophers impedes the figure of the writing table, deals in a more elaborate manner with the nature of the two things that must be mingled, and it concludes with a dramatic mingling of the clear medium of intellectual theory with the muddier medium of vulgar humanity, which follows on the mixing of the clear beer with the muddy stout. Stout, by the way, is perhaps naturally associated with fat cooks. It must be remembered that the patient was suffering from an inability to achieve a task that he had set for himself and was unable to understand why he failed in so notable a manner. I will now develop I will now develop the anamnesis and reference to the material in the first stream. The patient stated he had attributed, in a minor degree, his failure to a lack of scholarship, and had been rereading the early philosophers, particularly those of ancient Greece and Rome. He did not derive much help from this, and was forced to go over the matter several times before it made any lasting impression. Experience may be put in terms of the question of inward appeal, which was touched on in the first chapter. The ancient philosophies made no real appeal to him. They linked up with nothing behind consciousness. They dwelt momentarily in consciousness, unreinforced. Some reading has this effect, lying barren and swiftly withering in consciousness, while other reading acts as a powerful fertilizer and brings up to the surface a multitude of ideas. This, I think, will be granted, that such events must depend on the elements that lie beyond consciousness, in the undersoil of the mind, and belong to the category of inward appeal. The patient, acting on the belief that lack of scholarship was partly behind his ability to make headway with his work, did what he could to focus attention on the philosophical systems of a bygone age. In the dream, in the opening scene, he is depicted as being in a room containing ancient philosophers, that is, a pictorial presentation of his actual situation is given, but a touch of ridicule is suggested by the way they are represented. There is a hint more of the cartoon than of the picture. He is then transported to the lower room, where he has the singular encounter with the cook and receives her cryptic advice. In passing, it may be noted that the dreamer made a spontaneous association between the cook and Socrates. Association suggests, among other things, similarity. There is something in common between the cook and Socrates. In this case, it seems to be the quality of ugliness. That is the superficial link of association. It may contain a deeper significance. Socrates, it must be remembered, was not a mere intellectual theorist dwelling in the upper room. He taught in the streets, in the mud, in the heart of the crowd, in the arena of human experience. A cook of this type depicted approaches life in the Socratic spirit, in that she gains whatever sagacity and wisdom is hers by the process of actual contact with life, and not by theorizing in an upper chamber. Is it legitimate, then, to conclude that some advice of value to the dreamer is contained in these dreams? The patient could not control his interest. He strove to force it in certain directions and failed. There was some internal check, the nature of which was a mystery to him. That force which reveals itself as interest was not vitalizing the elements represented in his consciousness, so that they could produce an adequate effect in reality. It would be possible to say that the force that reveals itself as interest was exhausted, and the patient's condition was comparable to that of an accumulator that has run down and can give only brief and rapid failing current at intervals. Only brief and rapid failing current at intervals. In that case, we should be reverting to an old-fashioned view and prescribe tonics, rest, the electric battery, massage, and even radium, and think no more about it. It is a view that has something to be said for it. It saves an immense amount of trouble. It saves the physician trouble as well as the patient. But the tendency today is to presume that vital force, like all force, must manifest itself somewhere, though it may change its point of application. A person may be extremely interested in athletics and spend his days enthusiastically in the fields. A change may suddenly occur and he shuts himself up in his study and reads from morning to night. His interest has shifted. His old companions may say that he has lost all interest and does nothing, but that is surely wrong. The force that reveals itself as interest has gone elsewhere. Its point of application has shifted inwards. It is the same force, but a savage who did not know that writing and reading were possible, while watching him in his new phase, might think his interest had gone, and that he was exhausted as he sat in his chair motionless and absorbed. Before it can be concluded that the patient R's interest was exhausted, an exploration beyond the realm of the immediately obvious must be made, lest unwittingly a point of view is taken up like that of the inexperienced savage. I'm going to pause here, and I'm going to say a few words here because I am reading from a PDF on my laptop, and for some reason the next page of this PDF is missing. So we're missing page 112, and I think this is a good place to pause, and I'll read further next time and see where it kind of comes together and start there. So I think there are about, 6 or 7 pages left in this chapter. But there is a page missing here. So it's page 112. And I hope it doesn't disrupt anything, because I'm really enjoying this chapter. I hope you are too. So till soon. Dream Psychology, Chapter 12, The Growth of Interest. We have seen that a possible view of the case of the patient R is that interest was no longer under his control, but was controlled by a region of the psyche beyond consciousness. This can be called the unconscious control of interest. This implies a theory and means that a force that reveals itself as interest may be under a double control. It can be deflected in a certain direction in consciousness, but at times the power of deflection is overshadowed by an opposing power, operative in the unconscious. We have also seen that the second control, though it cannot be investigated by a direct examination of the contents of consciousness, can be got in touch with through the dream, which springs up in the sleeping mind as a product of the deeper levels of the psyche. In the case of the patient R, the results of this unconscious control did not reveal themselves in any physical symptom. The check operated in the psychical field, causing a rapid fall in what might be called the pressure of ideas, and a consequent state of mental blankness, which gradually produced a sense of loss of confidence and general inadequacy. At the same time, there was an impulse that continually urged him to work. That, at least, was his interpretation of the force. The next case to be considered affords an example of a similar condition with one difference. The check set up by the unconscious control of interest did not reveal itself in the mind, but in the body. The patient, O, suffered from writer's cramp. That is, so soon as he took a pen in his hand, the muscles necessary for the movements of writing became contracted, and the contraction was beyond his conscious control. His work was of such a nature that writing was an essential, though not a constant, occupation. The conscious estimate of his position was as follows. He saw no reason why he should give up his work. As is common in this disease, there were brief periods of improvement. Sometimes he could write quite easily. At other times, writing was so laborious that it was practically impossible. Yet he felt a cure was possible, and he had already tried various devices, such as special pens, new positions of the hand and elbow, as well as writing with the left hand. He fancied his left hand also had a tendency to spasm. I propose to discuss one dream that he experienced. Quote, I was in the desert. Before me was a tremendously tall wall, or rampart. I was cowering at its foot in terror. End quote. This short dream was vivid and apparently had impressed the patient. In a half-laughing way, he remarked, he was certainly up against it. There was no possibility of getting over and around that wall. The nature of the symbolism employed is interesting. The scene is cast in the desert, that is, in a barren, unproductive spot. The wall is of tremendous proportions, that is, some kind of emphasis is suggested. The wall bars all progress. Finally, the dreamer is in terror. Why should he be in terror? Presumably from a consideration of the dream itself, because he cannot proceed and he realizes that the wall is insurmountable. Before estimating the significance of the dream, there are a few points that can be added to what has already been given in the conscious estimate of the patient. It is always valuable to note those circumstances under which the neurosis of a patient improves. In the case of patient O, there were times when the control of the muscles employed in writing was adequate and even normal. The patient had noticed that this happened particularly when he was in a position of authority in the concern in which he worked, that is, when those over him were away and the management of affairs became his own. Another point is that the patient was in some respects a disappointed man, in that he had hoped for and had been led to expect a far better position at this time of life than he actually had, and this appeared to be due to no fault of his own. The kind of work he did was invaluable to the business, and a substitute would have been difficult to find. Apart from work, he led a quiet and rather solitary life. He showed by his manner that he dreaded the idea that he might have to give up his work. It has already been mentioned that he felt a cure was possible. He clung to that idea. It was a kind of impulse comparable possibly to the impulse that existed in patient R. In the light of this anamnesis, the dream can now be given some significance. The wall he was up against suggests a symbolic way of putting some powerful force acting counter to the conscious striving. It emphasizes a non-realized or inadequately realized factor. In this case, the half-laughing way in which he observed that he was certainly up against it suggests it was inadequately realized factor. It was an inadequately realized factor. The laugh prevented the serious consideration behind the phrase. It might be thought that if this factor required such a striking symbol to represent its power, the outlook for the patient was sinister. But emphasis is required in proportion to the refusal to realize. If a person refuses to entertain a certain idea, the force required to change his view must be proportionately exaggerated. In short, the exaggeration of the symbol might be looked on as due to some correspondingly exaggerated denial in the conscious attitude. That, at least, is a tentative explanation of some kinds of emphasis in dreams. It does not explain all. In the dream of Nebuchadnezzar, the immense tree whose branches covered the whole earth was an emphatic way of representing an emphatic and relatively actual state of affairs. It was simply a graphic summing up of a situation that had gone beyond some limit, or of an overdevelopment of some particular direction. As a further illustration, I may be allowed to introduce the following example at this point. It was the dream of a young man whose interests seemed to consist largely in matters of dress. He dreamed he was in his bedroom, which had assumed gigantic proportions. His wardrobe towered high above his head, and piles of clothes hedged him in. The dream was a nightmare. That is, it was accompanied by a helpless sense of terror. We might see in this simply a graphic way of presenting an actual situation, a symbolism portraying vividly the application of his interest in one direction and suggesting it was very much too emphasized to be normal by introducing the emotion of fear. In the case of the patient O, the wall is not quite so easy of interpretation and must be approached simultaneously from several points. The common expression that a man is running his head against a brick wall when he persists in some foolishness is, like most slang, a piece of intuitive symbolism. It is relevant in some degree here. The kind of situation which the phrase usually describes is one in which a man persists in going along a path that leads nowhere. It refers to a certain mixture of dogged obstinacy and narrow vision. The possession of these qualities make it very difficult for a man to reverse a decision or deviate from a path. It therefore favors the condition of staleness. Staleness cannot be directly controlled. A man who does the same thing everlastingly becomes stale, however keenly he strives to avoid it. The only way to avoid it is to do something else. It is possible to distinguish two kinds of staleness. There is the staleness that is accompanied by full realization and a cessation of all interest in that direction. An example of this is the staleness that afflicts a man when he has overtrained, or when he has worked too hard at one subject, or when he has, as an actor, appeared too often in one part. It is a kind of one-part staleness that is easily recognized, and there is no impulse to continue. But there is another variety, and this is a non-realized staleness. The candid friend may realize it, the victim does not. In a sense, the patient R was a victim of staleness, but it was more subtle. It was a more subtle kind of staleness, connected with the non-realization of unexpressed interest. To avoid this vaster and more subtle staleness, which is a sort of starvation or arrest of growth, there is a certain standard arrangement that is found in most spheres of work. It consists simply in the fact that as a man works on, he rises higher, and by rising higher, becomes capable of wider or at least different range of interests. This is normal development, but when it is hindered and a man works on and remains stationary, the second kind of staleness is a possibility. It is a possibility that depends, as far as one can judge by observation, on the type of individual, and if it develops, it can be regarded as a sign that the man is superior to his destiny. By this I mean that a limited and mechanical mind may develop no great staleness, although the character of the work remains unchanged to the end. But a more impressionable and reflective mind may become a victim of it at an early stage. When a man works on and rises in his work, he gains some kind of authority. Authority is difficult to define, but its effect is definite. One aspect of its effect is a certain inner gratification. It responds to and satisfies some inner demand. There is a school of psychological medicine, in brackets Adler, A-D-L-E-R, that takes this as the central pivot of life and traces all disturbances in the psyche to this source alone. It is a sense that is developed far more in some than in others, and I do not think it false to say that authority of all kinds is not a necessity to some individuals. The growth of self and authority are two different things. One may be an inner experience and have no visible relation to the world, and the other belongs to the world only. But the magnification or amplification of self does constitute an essential experience, even though it means nothing but a small rise in salary, or an extra servant, or a motor bicycle. It is the outward and visible sign of growth. Now, when a man has worked hard and sincerely with some ambition behind him as regards material prospects, and finds nothing happens save in the sense of promises, he is up against a force in himself, just as much as he is up against an adverse combination of affairs in the world. It is not the adverse combination of affairs that produces the neuroses in such a case. It is the demand in himself. It is the starvation or thwarting of something in the man himself that causes the physical disharmony that begins the neurosis. We have seen in the case of the patient O that when he was in a position of authority, his neurosis was in abeyance. He could write with greater ease. But when he was not in a position of authority, which was his right according to his inner sense of right, his neurosis prevented him. He was inferior to himself in such a position, and in the deepest sense, a wronged man. Authority, with its wider responsibilities, often cures a man of petty defects. That is a fact of experience. Some people say that war has cured Europe of neuroticism. That is untrue. It has produced probably as many neurotics as it has cured, but the idea behind this statement is perfectly sound. Responsibility, when it puts a man in a position where he can be equal to himself, may effect a cure by widening the conscious horizon and letting interest flow in hitherto unopened or unused channels. But responsibility may act in a reverse direction when it puts a man in a position that makes him too superior to himself. Adjustment may become no longer possible, and a neurosis may theoretically result. If the neurotic is a neurotic because of some failure in conscious development, then there must theoretically exist an ideal combination of circumstances in which his cure would be the most likely, and the neurotic usually feels this as a vague impulse of restlessness. It is like finding a key to fit an obscure and hidden lock, but it does not follow, supposing the key, in the sense of the external combination, be found, that it will turn the lock. That turning depends on something which is not always mechanical, nor can it be forced by another hand. The finding of the key is the aim of psychological medicine. When found, it may turn automatically. Sometimes it will not. Since the neurosis of the patient O appeared to vanish when he was in a position of authority, it suggests that the key lay in this new combination of circumstances. In his case, the key turned automatically. It might be a temptation to speak of his case as a kind of mechanical neurosis. It implicated the physical most distinctly, while the neurosis of the patient R implicated the psychical. But that would imply a simple mechanism in the neurosis involving the physical, such as the neuralgias and paralysis, and this is not found in actual experience by any means. But the fact of importance is the vanishing of the muscular cramp when the patient dwelt momentarily in a new attitude. How then does the dream comment on this state of affairs? It affords no obvious clue to the path along which the patient should travel, as the dreams of the patient R suggests. It seems to present only a static future, an emphatic estimate of the actual condition. Its criticism seems to indicate that the patient was in a barren and unprotected situation, that an impassable wall was before him, and the only thing he could do was to go back or die where he was. So runs the allegory. It is necessary to consider the element of fear that was so strongly represented, the sense of helpless terror. The dreamer cowered in terror at the foot of the wall. Is the emotion common to nightmares? Nightmares have a certain peculiarity in their symbolism. I believe I am right in saying that the symbolism of nightmare is always a very condensed symbolism. All symbols are, as we have seen, condensed meaning. That is, they are capable of being loosened and unpicked by a much wider meaning in consciousness, but the symbols of nightmares tend to be very condensed. As a rule, nightmares are very short, and they produce their characteristic effect very swiftly, leaving a vivid recollection behind that is not common in ordinary dreams. They also tend to assume typical forms, shared by children and adults alike, but especially by children. They are, in other words, special kinds of dreams. The study of dreams reveals the presence of many other special kinds of dreams, but the nightmares contain, I believe, the most compressed symbolism of any. This is not the place to discuss the significance of the helpless terror that pervades nightmares in general, but I will venture so far as to suggest that its explanation is very similar in all cases. It is a terror that links up with the deepest issues of life. We may gain some idea of its significance by examining the elements in the dream now under consideration. Initially, we might see in it nothing but a reflection of the dread that was discernible in the patient at the prospect of having to give up his work. It was suggested that this was marginal. It was half looked at and half avoided. Superficially, it is just a fear of change, or a fear of inability to continue owing to ill health, a fear that, in a narrow sense, centers about the prospect of a small income. But when this fear is considered in conjunction with the factors that cause the neurosis to vanish, it begins to take a greater significance. It is a fear connected with growth and expression and fulfillment. Fruit of some sort must be borne by every living thing. It is a biological necessity, as some call it, or one of the imperative tendencies in life. It is as much a biological or spiritual necessity that some kind of fruition should crown labor in human affairs. The results of a man's work are as much creation or fruition as his children. This patient had no children. The only branch that could bear fruit in his life was his work. Interest did not flow in any other direction. His danger and the danger of all the people whose sap vitalizes only one branch becomes apparent. If no check occurs, the sap flows on and some kind of fruition comes. If a check does occur, the prospect is that of a complete cessation of development. In this case, checks have occurred, first in the material aspect of a situation, so that fruition was impossible, and then in himself in the form of a neurosis. The neurosis struck at a vulnerable point. Its full development meant that he must give up his work and either retire or do something else. The dream, described by what may be called a stilted phrase, the psychological situation, and since it concerned the deepest issues of his life, its symbolism was terrible. Let me read that sentence again because I think this is important. Okay. The dream described what may be called, in a stilted phrase, the psychological situation, and since it concerned the deepest issues of his life, its symbolism was terrible. The dreamer's terror was the terror that should belong to the realization of arrested development and the thwarting of those potential forces in a human being that crave for expression in a full life. I have said enough to outline the significance of the nightmare and the reason why it haunts childhood, that period when so many demands are made of vital importance to the future man or woman, and when interest is beginning to send out those small but vitally important shoots that will grow into great branches in maturity. And that concludes Chapter 12. Chapter 13 is called Complexes, and I hope you'll join me there. Till soon. Dream Psychology, Chapter 13, Complexes. When a mass of ideas and emotions collects round a common nucleus in the mind, a system is formed which will react in a particular way to incoming stimuli. This system is called a complex. The conception of complexes is due to the work of Dr. Jung, and he has shown how the reactions of the psyche are influenced by the presence in it of complexes. If a man commits a murder and says nothing about it, there collects round the murder nucleus a mass of thoughts, ideas, and feelings. A complex is formed. The existence of this guilt complex will produce an acute situation in the man's mind. What is he going to do with it? It will find its opposition with other complexes that center about social duties and good conduct. He may solve his conflict in various ways. He may push the guilt complex out of consciousness into the unconscious. In this case, the guilt complex will manifest itself in dreams. We may expect him to experience nightmares in which the incidents of the murder will be revived. He may follow another course in which he thrusts out the acquired moral complexes from consciousness and dwells alone with the murder complex. This will mean a profound degradation of the conscious life, and he will experience in his dreams the return of the banished moral complexes and powerful symbols. A third course is possible. Fantasy may play a leading part in the attempt to reconcile the conflicting complexes. It may, for example, construct a theory in his mind that he never committed a murder at all. This fantasy may become very elaborate and gradually extend over the whole conscious field. The murder complex and the acquired moral complexes will pass into the unconscious as the fantasy grows, until at last the man will live wholly in his fantasy. He will be insane. The sources of his malady will be the two powerful and opposing complexes in the unconscious, which will feed his fantasy. There are complexes common to everyone, round the idea of the father, round the idea of the mother, or those people who stand in place of the father and the mother. The child collects a great mass of memories, feelings, and thoughts. These will form, respectively, the father complex and the mother complex. In typical cases, these complexes are not wholly compatible when they exist together in consciousness, for they are associated with two different views of life. These complexes, which are normally found in everyone, may develop to an abnormal extent. A person may possess a father complex that dominates him. He is, as it were, not his own master. What he, as an individual, seeks to do and what the father complex makes him do may be two very different things. A person may practically live in his or her father complex, in which case there would be a corresponding identification with the father in reality, or if the father be dead, an identification with all the political, religious, and social views that he expressed in life. Such a person is an imitation, provided that the conditions under which the father lived still exist. The imitation may be effective. If the conditions alter and new ideas permeate the environment, the person will be unable to make an adaptation to them unless the father complex is moved from its central position in consciousness. It comes about naturally that people who are completely dominated by the father complex continually look into the past and not into the future. They may become conscious of the father complex and separate themselves from it. In such a case, although the complex still exists, a life of personal independence becomes partially attainable. When a person lives entirely in a complex, he appears to other people to be biased. He is the man of one idea and of one book. The expression of interest will only be possible through one pattern. This may not always be bad, because the complex may be connected with a progressive idea. The man may conceive of some injustice existing in society and amass round this idea a great quantity of thoughts and feelings. If then he lives in this complex solely, he may bring about some reform that is valuable to humanity, but people will regard him as biased. The influence of complexes upon the reactions of the psyche was studied by Dr. Jung by means of the association method. If a person is asked to give an immediate association with a word, a certain time elapses before the association is given. If a man is asked to give an association with the word rose, he may, after the space of a second, say red. But if he is in love with a girl of this name, the word will cause the whole system of feelings and ideas centered around the girl to vibrate. This may cause him to blush or stammer or hesitate. He may be at a loss to find any single association, and the result will be that a considerable time will pass before he says anything. This delayed reaction of the psyche will point to the existence of a complex. It is thus possible, by selecting a list of test words and asking a patient to make associations with each one in turn, to gain some idea of the main complexes of the psyche. The disadvantages of this method lie in the kind of inquisitional atmosphere it produces between the patient and the physician. The use of any method that borders on the mechanical gives an unnatural result. Some investigators have sought, by the aid of electrical and clockwork devices, to record the reaction time of associations with minute accuracy, without taking into consideration that by this method they interpose machinery between themselves and the patient. At different times of the day, different complexes tend to enter into the conscious field. In general, the morning brings the busyness or practical complexes into a central position, and interest discharges itself through them. In the evening, social complexes dominate the field and interest flows through them. The process is comparable to different slides being put into a magic lantern, altering the pattern of the light energy on the screen. It is like different stencils intervening between the ink and the paper, but it must not be thought that a complex is shallow. Its roots lie deeply in the psyche, and its revelation in consciousness is only partial. When a complex is in the central position and interest is discharging itself through it, any incident that tends to push it out into a marginal position may cause irritability. Thus, a gourmet at dinner, when he is expressing himself successfully through his food complexes, is likely to be annoyed if he is called away on business. The outpouring of interest is suddenly checked. Another complex obtrudes on consciousness, through which interest flows with difficulty. Tension must then occur, and this man experiences as a sense the man experiences as a sense of irritation. Or if a man with a large social complex goes out to dinner and finds that the conversation is dominated by a professor who explains the differences between the skull of the chimpanzee and the skull of a Paleolithic man, it's only natural that he should get irritable. He has no comparative anatomy complex through which he can express himself. His outflow of interest is checked, save through the channel of food. He therefore devotes himself to eating in his endeavor to drain off part of the tension, while the other part manifests itself as irritability. Now, supposing that the man has been invited to dine with a professor alone, what would his feelings have been during dinner? I think I'm right in saying that in such a case, he would not feel irritable, but only extremely bored and weary. At the end of the dinner, he would feel relief, but at the end of the dinner party, he would still feel irritable. If we look at this from the point of view of complexes, what explanation is to be found which will account for these two differing sensations? Why should it arise that we sometimes feel weariness, sometimes feel irritability in positions where the outflow of interest is checked? In the case of the man with a large social complex, his irritability is caused by the fact that a certain expected outflow of interest is balked. Expression through the social complex is checked by the professor's conversation. But for the professor, the environment of the dinner party is favorable to an egotistical expression in the form of personal success with other guests. On the other hand, in the case of the dinner with the professor alone, the environment is not favorable. It does not call up any complex in the man's psyche. He cannot express himself egotistically. We can see then that one explanation of irritability may lie in the existence of a complex which the environment stimulates but not satisfy. And in the case of weariness, we may see a situation that stimulates no complexes and therefore affords no familiar channel of expression. These conclusions may appear obvious, but they serve to illustrate one aspect of complexes. It affords These conclusions may appear obvious, but they may serve to illustrate one aspect of complexes. And there's an asterisk here and a footnote. Here's the footnote. The idea of the complex has been recognized in various psychological systems. Herbart, Herbart, postulated apperception-masses. William James described the many selves within the personality. And now we're back to the main text. It affords a rich field of interest to anyone, whether neurotic or not, to study outbursts of irritation in the light of complexes. And that concludes our chapter on complexes, chapter 13. The next chapter will be about extroversion. Till soon. Dream psychology. Chapter 14, extroversion. The pushing out of interest onto life is termed extroversion by the Zurich School. The study of the difficulties that hedge about successful extroversion constitutes one of the main tasks of psychological medicine. These difficulties vary in their character at each distinctive phase of individual development. Special tasks are concealed in the environments that surround the successive stages of growth, each one demanding a special adaptation of that force, which reveals itself as interest. If there is a failure, then the failure can be looked upon either as a partial arrest of growth or as a persistence of a pattern in the individual that should be obsolete. A pushing out of interest means a coming into contact with life. A new toy attracts a child. The child's interest flows out in cries of joy and activity. After a time, interest wanes. Then the toy is a source of extroversion. Then the toy as a source of extroversion becomes inadequate. Potential interest accumulates and sets up tension, which the child shows as irritability and fretfulness. A new toy comes along, extroversion once more occurs, and the child is radiant. The fact that we get used to a thing necessitates that channels of extroversion must be continually found. As we become more settled in our habits, the channels become more permanent, and with the wider range of interests that they command, in maturity, sufficient outlet is more probable than in the case of a child with a toy. Extroversion to some people presents no difficulties. They come in contact with life eagerly, spontaneously, without preparation or plan. If they show any timidity at all, the slightest encouragement has an immense effect upon them. They are that large group of people who are sociable and who accept social values unquestioningly. They are fond of amusement and are not greatly burdened by the problems of this world. They flow out into action and into emotional contact very easily. They express sympathy, delight, sorrow, appreciation, disgust, indignity, and jealousy without any difficulty. There is plenty of emotional play about their facial expressions and gestures when they are talking. They love movement, bustle, and excitement, and respond to what's going on around them with great facility. Studied closely, it's possible to see that between their feelings and the expression of these feelings, there is little or no barrier. The most perfect example of natural extroversion is seen in the behavior of a lively young fox terrier. There is a complete emptying process going on. One might also call it evaporation rather than extroversion. This natural capacity to extrovert spontaneously is found in the great majority of young growing things during the imitative and play periods. When adults are studied who possess this natural capacity, a definite type begins to take form, which Dr. Jung calls the extrovert. The secret of their character seems to lie in the slightness of the barrier that intervenes between feeling and its expression. The life of emotional experience is one in which the effect of things plays a much greater part on the individual than the meaning of things. It is essentially a surface life, but what it may lack in depth and analysis, it gains in breadth and synthesis. Excuse me. The extrovert, because of the littleness of the barrier between the feeling and its expression, is always destined to undergo a series of typical experiences. He must constantly plunge into situations where previously thought would have deterred him. He does not regret it because it is by this method that he learns. He must feel not once, but constantly that he is right and everyone else is wrong, because he is being guided by his feelings. These feelings he may throw out into rough-shaped thoughts, although it may be in brilliant phrases. He must do deeds of valor, of madness, of sheer impossibility, because he feels an immense impulse to act, and because any remarkable situation draws him into the heart of it as an ardent cooperator and not as a cold spectator. In a sense, he never attends anything. He assists at everything, as the French say. He rarely does anything so cold and detached as merely to attend a function. He assists at a spectacle, at a speech, at a party, because he feels it all without any check to the expression of his feelings. He is constantly employed in devising fresh forms of activity. He likes to see before him a number of engagements. He likes to tell people that his free hours are entirely booked up, but that if possible, he will try to squeeze in their invitation. And this is because he confirms the sense of his own existence to him solely by his activities and feelings. There are naturally extroverts of all grades and abilities, and amongst them are found some of the most capable and useful public characters of the day. The great actresses, most of the great popular actors, all the great rhetoricians, and the majority of the great preachers are of extrovert psychology. They are essentially public people. They are in contact at once with the crowd. They work up their audiences without difficulty, without knowing how they're doing it, and almost without preparation. They speak what they feel rather than what they think, so that if anything occurs to change their feelings while they are speaking, they may appear to contradict themselves. They form, in their best expression, ideal agents for bringing about change in the world. Because of the brilliancy of their feelings, when they think a wrong exists, they move heaven and earth to get the wrong righted. The danger of this may perhaps be found in the fact that they rarely go to the root of anything. Their intense life of feeling entangles them in outer aspects. It is for this reason that their lives invariably show inconsistency, often to a remarkable extent. A constant study of the typical extrovert produces the impression that they judge of themselves by what they see of themselves reflected in their audience. They have little self-knowledge. From the analytical point of view, they know themselves by the effects they produce in the external world. In this, they show a kind of hiatus in their psychology, a blind spot, as it were. This is one of the profoundly important peculiarities in extrovert psychology. It may be asked how it comes about that the extrovert should ever be successful in life if feeling plays the main part in determining his actions. For most people, feeling must seem a capricious, if not a blind, guide. But there are qualities of the mind inextricably linked with feeling, and these are instinct and intuition. Instinct, in its limited area, is a sure guide. Intuition, in its infinite area, is a much subtler force. If we make it too conscious and mix it with intellectual processes, the resulting product will be confusing. But in some individuals, particularly in the high types of extroverts, intuition plays a supreme part. The highly developed extrovert, although he may not think consecutively, is aware of some activity which is equivalent to and swifter than pure intellectuality. The startling things he does sometimes, whether it be in the selection of the precise moment for action, of the exact phrase to win the mob, or of the right man for the job, whether it be in invention, policy, or business, are not the outcome of thought. They are the outcome of a certain feeling, very finely graded, which impels him in a certain direction. These feelings arise suddenly and spontaneously as inspirations, and when they arise, the extrovert is constrained by them, even when they lead him to do apparently rash things. Because of their inability to see themselves, average extroverts are able to live in intimate contact with remarkable inconsistencies. It is only the extrovert who can get up on a platform and appeal to the audience for a subscription of £100 for a charity and speak passionately for an hour when his own income is £100,000 a year. Their value in holding certain weak and faulty parts of the social fabric together is thus apparent. It is amongst extroverts that we must search for the prodigious and amazing and the incredible in history. The great adventurers, the great bluffers, the great squanderers, the humbugs, the people who stand or who seem to stand beyond the reach of reason and logic are extroverts. Argument does not touch them. Their serenity and invulnerability in certain classical cases are little short of miraculous. The attitude of the unconscious towards those whose psychology is typically extrovert is definite. The conscious situation is one in which the outpouring of interest in the form of feeling and action is too easy. The compensating action of the unconscious, therefore, theoretically will seek to put a check on this kind of excess. The following dreams illustrate the nature of this attitude. A woman of great activities and many interests, who was constantly engaged in organizing meetings and never spared herself a journey or a visit if there was a chance of obtaining a recruit for one of her many societies, frequently experienced this dream. Quote, I am in a room in the midst of packing. I have to catch a train, and the floor is covered with many things I want to pack. I cannot get them all into the trunk, and in a state of agitation I run out into the street. There is a great crowd of people outside, and I realize that it is hopeless to attempt to get to the station in time. End quote. The idea contained in this dream is one of numerical excess. There are too many things to pack and too many people in the street. She is called upon to catch a train, and it is revealed to her that she cannot do so owing to these multiplicities. Excessive extroversion in the form of too many activities and interests is symbolized by the articles on the floor and the people in the street, which prevent her from getting near her true object. She misses the train. Another dream will serve as an amplification. It is recorded in a book of travel which deals with the North American Indians. The writer came across a chief, wearing women's clothes. On inquiring for the reason for this, he was told that the chief had been a great warrior, and many scalps had fallen to his hand. At the height of his fame, he had gone on an expedition, and he had brought back a large number of fresh scalps. On going to sleep, he dreamed that the great white spirit came to him and told him he was to become a woman. The chief, impressed by this vision, assumed the dress and the life of a woman. It is possible to see in this dream an attitude of pure compensation taken up by the unconscious. Extroversion along the line of scalping and forays had reached the extreme point. To become a woman is a symbolical way of suggesting a line of behavior opposite to the one in which he had been engaged. The chief took the dream literally. He assumed the dress of a woman. He did not modify his life according to the suggestion contained in the dream, but leapt from one extreme to the other. In practical work, it is necessary to distinguish the extrovert. In the hysteric, we can see an extreme extroversion. In the next chapter, we will discuss the introvert. But it must be pointed out at this stage that a recognition of type is invaluable in the practical handling of cases. It is of value in the upbringing of children and also in educational work. And that concludes chapter 14. And chapter 15 is called Introversion. Till soon. Dream Psychology, Chapter 15, Introversion. The withdrawal of the interest from life is termed introversion. Life is not regarded with confidence, but with suspicion. The assault on life does not occur naturally as a joyous impulse towards expression, but in place of it, a defense against life is prepared. Such people are called introverts, and they correspond to some degree to the undercompensated type discussed in the 8th chapter. The form of extroversion that characterizes these people is through a plan or a scheme. The extrovert, as we have seen, is a type that finds life acceptable and assumes it is only fitfully hostile to him. The opposite type, the introvert, finds life difficult at all stages and tends to assume that it is continually hostile. He is not backed up by social feelings. His emotions are not practical. The childhood of these types is quite distinctive. The extrovert child needs little encouragement, accepts the casual explanations of the moment, and seems to assume naturally that the world and everything in it was made for its personal enjoyment. The introvert child needs a great amount of encouragement and careful explanation, and its attitude will often suggest that it thinks a mistake was made in sending it to this particular planet. The individual whose psychology is fundamentally introvert finds that his main problems lie in discovering a means of extroversion. Interest persistently turns inward, away from the contact of the world, and finds it easiest and most natural utilization in thought. To get out into life, it has to pass through thought as through a stencil, and thus comes about that some plan is necessary to get in touch with reality. Unless this extroversion is made, the individual, in some cases of extreme introversion, gets completely out of touch with life and lives in a fantastic world of his own thoughts. That is always his tendency and danger. He prefers infinitely to read of a thing rather than experience it. He is capable of being an authority on an aspect of life life that he has never witnessed or felt. The attitude of the unconscious in such cases is one that demands a return to the world. The introvert type is, in its most characteristic expression, reserved, outwardly cold, guarded, watchful, and difficult to understand. Unlike the extrovert who hides little, the introvert hides everything because he dreads the exposure of his emotions because they are too raw and intense. They have not been worked up into useful feelings. Emotion in itself is not practical. It requires to be molded into feelings before it can help anyone. Thus, the introvert tends to be helpless in an atmosphere of strong feelings. He may have admirable sentiments, but he forgets to act up to them. He reveals himself only to his most intimate friends, and then only in part. He is thoroughly aware of his inner life and is a keen and serious critic of himself. His tendencies lie in the direction of self-deprecation, which often counterbalances by an outer air of self-appreciation. His approach to everything is critical and suspicious. The extrovert welcomes the fresh features of existence without criticism. The introvert looks at them from a distance, dubiously weighing them up, weapon in hand. Anxiety is a constant state of mind with him. He is anxious about the future and anxious about the present. Fear is the predominant factor in his psychology, and this causes him, when in a position of responsibility, to leave nothing to chance. His plans are exhaustive and cast with an eye continually fixed on the possibility of failure. In this, his organizing powers exceed those of the extrovert, who rushes into plans confident of success and impatient of the suggestion of failure. I recall at this point the type of intellectual fantasy indulged in by an elderly introvert as an aid to sleep. He would plan the fortifications of a district with minute distinctness. The extrovert will exist happily in positions of great danger, serenely unconscious or serenely confident, seeing only the omens that herald success. The introvert sees the danger signals to the exclusion of the possibilities of success, unless he is well balanced. The picture only portrays one aspect, but that, a familiar one, of introvert psychology. There are introverts of as many grades and qualities as there are extroverts, and the extrovert who has learned his weaknesses and the introvert who has learned his weaknesses and balanced his fears may be as daring and original a leader as the high type of extrovert. Indeed, he may far surpass him, as in the case of Napoleon. But the point of importance to remember in contrasting him with the extrovert is that he knows himself, if he knows nothing else, whereas this is one of the last things that the extrovert learns. To accuse an extrovert raises a storm of protest. He is so blind to himself that he will vigorously deny motives behind the most obvious and damning actions. If the introvert be accused, he tends to be too ready to feel the truth of the accusation. This peculiar difference renders it difficult for the extrovert to understand the introvert. To the introvert, the extrovert is a source of amazement, while to the extrovert, the introvert is an object of impatient speculation and uncertainty. As I have said before, the attitude of the unconscious toward the introvert is one which urges a pushing out of interest. In the case of the extrovert, the unconscious teaches a doctrine of cutting down of activities, of withdrawal, or, in short, of introversion. To the introvert, it presents a policy of extroversion. The following dream, which was experienced by a man showing a fundamentally introvert psychology, will serve as an illustration that contrasts with the dreams given at the end of the last chapter. Quote, I was in an amphitheater. Tiers and tiers of seats rose steeply to a considerable height. I found myself in a seat high up, which was so constructed that it was a matter of some difficulty to maintain my balance. Below me, at a distance of about 100 feet, I saw an arena. It was sanded, and 2 bulls were fighting in it. I saw the dust rising and the bulls goring each other, and some figures running about. I felt great fear, the fear that I always associate with heights, and I clung to the framework of the seat in case I should fall straight down into the ring below. There was a kind of earthquake, and I fell, and I struck something on the way. I found myself lying on a plank, looking down at some women who were doing something to a tub of water. I think they were catching some fish or animal hidden there. End quote. The following are extracts from the associations the patient made upon the dream. Quote, I am afraid of heights. I remember when I was quite small, climbing up a bank and becoming paralyzed by fear. When I looked back, I saw how far I had gone. It seemed like a sheer precipice. Only a short time ago, I revisited the place and saw the bank. It was scarcely 6 feet in height, and not at all steep. I have never seen a bullfight of any description. It was not an ordinary bullfight. Bulls are strong, stupid brutes. I never cross a field that contains a bull. End quote. The estimate of the unconscious is that he is avoiding the bull aspect of life. He hangs above it in a perilous position, watching the dust of the fray below. The fish or the animal in the tub of water produced a curious association. He remarked, quote, the women were very intent on getting the creature out. I do not know who they were. I was close above them, lying on the plank. They did not seem aware of my presence. It was like looking on at some secret rites, some Eleusinian mystery. I felt I ought not to look. End quote. The change of symbolism that occurs when he falls and comes nearer the ground might denote the relativity of the position. When he is perched high above the arena, it contains bulls at war with each other. Excuse me. A spectacle of force that he finds alarming. And when he descends, the scene changes and becomes more subtle and mysterious and more defined. The bull and the association with the Eleusinian mysteries is not a mere accident. The search of the women, who are so intent in the tub, for some fish or animal that is hiding there. They want this. They want this. It is demanded by them. It symbolizes a demand that the dreamer has to meet in life, a demand made by women. The color and the aspect that life takes on, the symbol that it assumes, depends upon the individual's own attitude at that moment. The difficulty of the introvert is to attain a proper sense of ease amid the ordinary demands of life. He may, for example, find the approach to women intensely embarrassing because it involves or tends to involve a betrayal and expression of emotion, and this he fears instinctively. Were they inanimate objects or slaves to be cowed with a whip, they would represent less danger to him. But as critical, independent, observant beings to be met in the open, he feels in their presence a great barrier to emotional expression. It is his ignorance of the ordinary feeling language that embarrasses him. The feeling is, from the point of view of the unconscious, a weakness which it will try to open out. In this case, the dreamer is shown in a deep piece of symbolism, a certain mystery, and experiences embarrassment. And this suggests at once that his conscious attitude in this respect is faulty and constitutes a source of weakness in his character. There is some adaptation to be made. He should be standing in the arena. When interest accumulates within, round a problem, it oversensitizes the mind in everything connected with the problem. The proper approach to all the main facts of life is a gradual one, a gradual extroversion. In this way, a gradual process of becoming used to the thing is established, and nothing very remarkable is noticed. This type of approach is very familiar. Is the familiar way of the normal extrovert, who, as has been said, is at home with life. The facts of existence grow insensibly upon him, so that he really does not know what they are. I mean, he could not easily write about them directly. He would portray them unconsciously with ease if he wrote a novel. They become a part of him, as unquestioned as his arms and legs. But the introvert has difficulty with each adaptation, and in part this difficulty comes of oversensitization caused by initial hesitation and questioning. It must be noted that the dreamer, in his associations connected with the perilous position above the bullring, with the incident of his childhood when he became a victim of pure panic. On revisiting this scene, he realized how immensely his imagination had exaggerated the danger. Working from this association of danger, it will be seen that the unconscious is putting the idea of exaggeration into the dream. The situation above the bullring causes fear. This fear reminds him of the fear experienced in a certain incident of childhood. He now realizes the fear was exaggerated. Therefore, the fear he feels concerning the bullring is exaggerated. It is due to his imagination. When he had grown up and gained experience, the precipice of his childhood became a 6-foot slope. The unconscious here suggests the same succession in experience. The problems peculiar to the introvert give rise to dreams that bear a certain stamp about them, which makes it possible to deduce the type of psychology without knowing the dreamer. The same thing may be said with extrovert dreams. Typical cases of each class form a kind of antithesis. The unconscious takes up the opposite attitudes. In the extrovert, as already mentioned, it has a tendency to curtail activity. In the introvert, it urges activity. In the above case, the symbolism suggests that the recipient of the dream was an introvert. The bull symbol, which occurs frequently in dreams and allies itself closely with introvert psychology, represents something which has found its expression under this form in many phases of human history. And I'm going to pause here. I'm about halfway through the chapter. Hope you're enjoying it. Till soon. Dream Psychology, Chapter 16, Balance. The study of the physical functions shows in a dim way that in bodily activities there is an ideal mean. Both overuse and underuse may produce disorder. Stimulation of any organ up to a certain point causes development. Overstimulation may produce changes that lead to atrophy. Understimulation or lack of stimulation may have the same effect. In the realm of the non-physical, the same conditions are met with perhaps more distinctness. The extrovert who pursues a course of unchecked and increasing extroversion will find himself in opposition to a force which comes from the unconscious and which may suddenly cut him off by some disaster from his line of action. The introvert who withdraws more and more from the world will find an opposite doctrine coming from the unconscious. Thus, it is necessary to conceive of some ideal mean, or some middle path or line lying between introversion and extroversion, where a balance is struck between thought, feeling, and action. To those on one side of the line, one set of proverbs and teachings will apply. To those on the other side of the line, another set of proverbs and teachings will apply. Thus, it is possible to see how it comes about that some of the great teachers of human conduct have spoken in a high form of paradox, and how human wisdom preserved in proverbs rests on the same basis. For it is almost always possible to find one proverb to contradict another proverb. To most people, the conception of continuity of steady progress, visualized as a straight line, underlies the idea of truth. In science, this conception is tacitly affirmed, but in the history of the world, this consistency and steady progress along a line is not found in the record of nations. History is sharply divided from any pattern of scientific truth. It does not present itself as a building rising slowly and persistently, but on the contrary, it shows a continual spectacle of action and reaction, of evolution and involution, of extroversion and introversion. Overlying the whole in terms of a much vaster perspective than those given by ordinary historical methods, progress can perhaps be detected. But to the ordinary observer, what is instantly apparent is that, where life is concerned, the linear progress affirmed by science does not exist. Ebb and flow is everywhere visible. A nation blossoms forth into some great extroversion like that of the Elizabethan age. The tide turns and introversion sets in. If the national experience be contracted to fit into the circle of individual experience, a complete correspondence is found, because it is simply human experience magnified. A man rises, blossoms out into some great individual extroversion, and then suddenly the tide turns and a star sets. The sap dries up, the branch withers, the fires die out. There are countless metaphors for this typical event, and try as he will, he can do nothing more. He may still retain health and vigor, and probably will attribute his failures to bad luck. He may outlive his phase of special extroversion, as Napoleon did, and spend his time looking for the cause in external events. But the true cause lies elsewhere, for something within himself has ceased to be as it once was. It is on this familiar experience, on which the world's pessimism has been lavished, that the vanity of life finds support as a doctrine. But truth does not necessarily lie on the surface. A man who spurs himself on to attain some high pinnacle of fame and comes down with a crash need not be taken as the last word on life, but serves rather as an introduction to the study of life. If you look for the explanations in external circumstances alone, you will find them. It will be possible to trace exactly where his judgment was at fault and how the threads of disaster converged. But if you shift the inquiry to another plane and seek for the causes behind the error of judgment, you will find yourself studying the unconscious mind and that inner psychological situation which is comparable to a house divided against itself. And that concludes Chapter 16. Chapter 17 will be called Regression. Till soon. Dream Psychology, Chapter 17. Regression. The retreat of interest from reality may occur at any time and assume a pathological form. Whenever reality becomes formidable, interest at first becomes sharpened in normal individuals. If a man has to cross a street, he is alive to the dangers of traffic. If he is confronted by an enemy who seeks to kill him, his powers of rapid extroversion in the form of action are increased. This is a biological contrivance, but at times reality may assume such a terrible aspect that this primary and normal reaction is engulfed in totally different conditions. Instead of turning outwards in the attempt to overcome the difficulty, interest retreats. What is the result of this retreat? It can best be studied by examining the condition known as shell shock, for here we can see the effect of the excessive impact of reality on the individual. The onset of the symptoms may be sudden or gradual, but the picture these cases ultimately present in hospital is typical. They lie in bed in a state of helplessness. This helplessness is of varying degree. They may be paralyzed, blind, deaf, or dumb, and this loss of function does not depend on local injury. As often as not, no kind of injury can be found. They are incapable of any kind of effort. They cannot concentrate their attention on anything. Their memory is clouded, often to an extreme degree. Frequently, they cannot take any nourishment, save in liquid form. Their emotions are uncontrolled. They are always fretful and sometimes tearful. The condition may persist for many months. If an attempt is made to interest them in anything, a difficulty is experienced. They shun company. They dread to go out of their rooms. Their fear or anxiety fastens on the smallest things. For example, one patient, a well-grown man, was extremely upset by a bird which perched on the branch outside his window. He conceived the idea that many other birds might come and create a disturbance or do him some injury. Now, all this reminds us of childhood. We say instinctively that these people behave like little children, but when we say this, we do not realize with sufficient clearness that this description is remarkably true. They are not only like little children, but some of them are like infants, and some are even like infants unborn. They are alive, but they cannot see, hear, or speak. All those forms of interest that are associated with adult life have vanished, and in place of them, we have interest expressing itself in the simplest forms of infancy. The force that reveals itself as interest has retreated down to levels that belong to the first years of human life. This process is called regression. The conception of regression belongs very intimately to Dr. Jung's views on the formation of the neurotic symptom. In contradistinction to Freud, Dr. Jung looks for the combination of circumstances immediately responsible for the neurosis in the present moment. Reality suddenly becomes formidable in that it presents a difficult problem that requires solution. The outcome may be a neurosis, and the symptom that characterizes it is to be looked upon as a reanimation of a past attitude or activity belonging to childhood or infancy caused by regression. Regression is never complete along all the paths through which interest has progressed. It may be complete in one and partial in others. The symbolism found in the dream in many cases may be significant. A patient who was suffering from shell shock and had made no progress for many weeks dreamed that he was half buried in the earth. The lower part of his body seemed to be merged with the earth. We can see in this a symbolical picture of his psychological condition, that is, of his partial return to the beginnings of life. The earth here is the symbol of source or mother. Any failure of adaptation causes some degree of regression between the insensibility of the undeveloped and the control of the individualized person. There is an imaginative state met with many people in which the problems of an abnormally reinforced reality bear very heavily on the psyche. Partial regression from civilized standards to more brutal planes may bring about a successful adjustment, and this we can call regressive adaptation. By becoming more of a brute, by allowing hatred and lust to animate him, a man may successfully endure certain aspects of life in the trenches. But there is another kind of adaptation possible, and that is one in which the experiences of war may awaken some new conception of the meaning of life, so that the man can endure patiently. This we call progressive adaptation. In general, regression adaptation is bad. It runs counter to the evolutionary plan. But regression, such as occurs in shell shock, belongs to another category. It is involuntary and therefore not so obviously a moral question, though it often seems to point to a lack in the power of conscious adaptation. It may be a reaction coming from the unconscious that has as its aim the ultimate good of the individual. We must glance for a moment at the kind of dreams that shell-shock people experience. It would seem that in the initial stages of shock, where the onset is gradual, sleep becomes increasingly disturbed by dreams connected with battle incidents. At first, these dreams are vivid reproductions of actual scenes that have occurred. Whatever the patient has seen, whatever horrible experiences he has undergone, and whatever things he has heard or imagined, and this is to a much lesser degree, begin to appear as intensively emotional representations in dreaming consciousness. During this phase, regression is beginning, and it's becoming increasingly difficult for the victim to carry out his duties. A point is soon reached when he is sent into hospital. It may be after some sudden or violent experience, such as being buried alive by a shell, or it may be on the recommendation of his medical officer, who has noticed the gradual deterioration of the patient, or it may be because the patient himself realizes that he has lost the power of understanding written orders or remembering instructions. As long as the regression is acute, battle dreams dominate the sleeping life. They may be so terrible that the patient seeks to keep himself awake at night at all costs. In these dreams, the flashes of bombs, the bursting of shells, the thudding of bullets are reproduced with extraordinary vividness. In the waking mind, these experiences are avoided. They break into consciousness at intervals, but the whole set of the patient's feelings is to shut them out. If we regard the mass of experiences connected with war as the battle complex, then we must look on the position of this complex as marginal rather than unconscious. Now, the battle experiences were at the apical point of the patient's life, and as a result of shock, we find them in the marginal psyche and in the conscious. We have an infantile attitude towards life. As time goes on, the battle complex tends to move into the unconscious, while the infantile attitude tends to become more definite in certain particular directions. The complex appears in dreams more rarely, and there is a tendency for it to be diluted, as it were, with other forms of symbolism. We might also say that while there is no assimilation of the battle complex in consciousness, there is some assimilation in the unconscious. The nature of this assimilation reveals itself in dreams, in symbolisms that are of value when the attempt is made to construct for the patient some new apical point of growth. For it is not only reality in the form of war that keeps up the regression, but it is a concentration of all those factors of reality that the patient finds difficult. In a sense, in order to recover, he has to retread the path of his own development, in much the same way as the embryo retreads the path of evolutionary development in a recapitulated form. This may occur without help. Sometimes it does not occur, and in these cases, help must be given. The assimilation of the battle complex in consciousness may be regarded as an effort towards healing. The unconscious cannot, save in an indirect fashion, influence the conscious will, and therefore cannot bring about a reconstruction in consciousness of the adult attitudes. In one case, the patient who suffered from a regression neurosis for many months and had remained in a helpless condition experienced the following dream. I was in a trench. My great toe with the nail had come off, and I was debating with another soldier whether I should put it on again. I felt that I ought to. End quote. This patient had formerly suffered from pure battle dreams, but in the above example, it's possible to see a considerable degree of assimilation of the battle complex into the form of symbolism, which apparently deals with some possibility of choice. In regarding this dream, we must remember that the will operates most definitely at the apical point, or growing tip of life, and that the effective shock is to cut off or introvert this terminal point or bud. The great toe, if cut off, severely cripples the individual, since the ball of the toe supports the weight of the body in walking. The dream compares the psychological condition of the patient to that of a man whose great toe has been cut off, but can be replaced at choice, and suggests that it should be replaced. The spectacle of regression is seen in advancing age. There is a zenith in every individual, and once this is passed, regression begins. From the psychological standpoint, this zenith may come early or late. Whatever in the past has sufficient intensity to hold a man's thoughts and feelings continuously may cause regression. Thus it comes about that some men may really experience their zenith as early as their university days. In afterlife, everything they do and say tends to lead back to that period. It seems fairly evident that people find their right expression in life. No, let me start that sentence over again. It seems fairly evident that people who find their right expression in life tend to remain younger in a psychological sense than those who fail to find it. Uncongenial work ages a man rapidly. Now, the lack of proper expression means, from our point of view, an accumulation of potential interest in the unconscious, while right expression means that nascent material is constantly welling up from the deeper levels of the psyche to find free expression. The regression, then, that accompanies the advance of years may be connected with psychic tension in the unconscious. Whatsoever we leave unexpressed or unsolved in the course of life, we leave in the unconscious. We do not consume our own smoke properly. We are therefore handicapped increasingly, and the turning point of life may be hastened. And that concludes that chapter. The next chapter will be called The Nature of the Unconscious. Till soon. Dream Psychology, Chapter 18, The Nature of the Unconscious. We can conceive of a preparatory stage in the history of an idea that precedes its appearance in consciousness. In previous chapters, we have spoken of nascent or unfocused interest in the unconscious. This view is based upon the conception that the force that reveals itself as interest wells up from the deeper levels of the psyche, or, in other words, that the unconscious can be identified with source. In the dream, consciousness descends, as it were, from the focused arena of waking life to the unfocused planes beneath it, and here it meets nascent interest under the form of a symbol. It meets that which is coming up, and it meets it in that form that belongs to the stage of development that that particular level of the psyche. It is embryonic thought or feeling, and as it passes upwards towards consciousness, it develops progressively until it assumes a form that is immediately comprehensible to the conscious life. It becomes focused. Its meaning now becomes clear. The process may be compared to the growth of a seed buried in the ground. Buried in the ground? From the surface of the ground, it is impossible to tell what is coming up save by digging down and examining the earth. If we find a hyacinth bulb, we can predict that in process of time, a hyacinth will appear. The bulb is the nascent form of the hyacinth. If we look on the bulb as a symbol, then it is a symbol with a perspective meaning. In the same way, the symbols that are encountered in the deep levels of the psyche during sleep are germinating seeds of the flowers that will appear in consciousness. The conception that the unconscious contains primitive ways of thinking which belong to the evolutionary background of man is supported by the myth foundations that are found in dreams. The prevalence of myths that are identical in the history of races that are geographically widely separated is to be explained on the grounds of a psychological similarity rather than on the grounds of a propagation by word of mouth. They are innate in the human psyche as tendencies that clothe themselves in forms of expression which belong to environment. Thus, in their outer symbolism, they appear to differ. In the same way, in the case of the individual, the tendencies in his unconscious clothe themselves in symbols which belong to his own environment. The dream makes use of the incidents of the day in much the same way as people make use of costumes and draperies in the ordinary house when they suddenly decide to play charades. All their elaborate silent pantomime merely symbolizes the meaning of a word which the onlookers must guess by interpretation. The spectators, the actors, and the material that they use form a system that is, in some degree, comparable to the conscious, the unconscious, and the symbols that belong to the whole human psyche. To the conception that the unconscious is source with a capital S, and that through the various levels which correspond to the states of consciousness peculiar to the past ages of racial development, there is a constant welling up of energy towards the level of the present-day consciousness. We must add another conception. Whatever we neglect or avoid, whatever we dislike or fear, whatever disgusts or irritates us, tends to pass out of consciousness. We may push it out by a forcible process of repression, or it may disappear as a result of a process that is not directly conscious. Some sensitive types repress only with great difficulty, while some tough extrovert types get rid of what is disagreeable so easily that it seems scarcely correct to say that they repress. Where does repressed material go? It goes into the marginal or into the unconscious psyche. It may reappear in dreams. The more it is charged with emotion, the more it will seek expression. If then the psyche surrounding consciousness is filled with repressed material, charged with emotion, it would seem evident that an energy system must arise that will interfere with the expression of the nascent formations that are continually welling up from the unconscious. The energy system belonging to the repressed material may therefore express itself in the dream to the exclusion of the energy that is coming up from source through the deep levels of the psyche. Since our present attitudes towards life entail a great amount of repression, it is natural to find in the dreams of ordinary people a great amount of that material that they have repressed. Thus, it comes about that much of what we can extract from dreams in their superficial application is unpleasant to the individual. The Freudian conception of the unconscious seems to concern itself only with repressed material. The Freudian method of psychoanalysis seeks to liberate this repressed material. According to the process of interpretation which is adopted by this school, we find that it is wholly sexual in its nature. The most interesting example of this process of interpretation may be found in the opening dream in Freud's Traumdeutung. And Traumdeutung is a German word which loosely translated means the meaning of dreams or the interpretation of dreams. In this example, the possibilities of the situation as depicted by the author's dream psyche are narrowed down to an interpretation that fits in with the theory of the sexual wish fulfillment. The most striking interpretation of all is not discussed. If the conscious consists solely of repressed material, what happens when this repressed material is liberated? Can it be said that any unconscious remains? And if so, what is its function? Are we to conclude that primitive man has no consciousness? No, has no unconscious. Are we to conclude that primitive man has no unconscious? From the teleological point of view of the Zurich school, when the repressed psychic material surrounding consciousness is liberated and properly assimilated into the conscious life, there remains the unconscious. It is now freed from encumbrances that the person has put upon it during his life. The nascent material traveling towards consciousness will now, without confusion, form the material of the dream, and so we may expect that a foreshadowing element will enter the dream life. The conception of repression requires to be studied very carefully. It is not possible to take up the view that accumulations in the unconscious result only from what has been thrust out of consciousness, for it is evident that non-expression may produce the same effects as repression. An illustration from Croce, C-R-O-C-E, can be given here. An author seeks to give expression in a single word to a state of feeling in himself. After many vain attempts, now approaching, now receding from his goal, he suddenly attains the desired expression and experiences a feeling of relief. Until he found the exact word, he experienced some degree of displeasure, which arose not from repression, but from non-expression. Now Freud would see in this struggle to attain the perfect expression evidence of a barrier connected with repressed sexuality. He bases his theory of memory on the assumption that we forget only what is unpleasant, and that what is unpleasant always leads on analysis into sexual material that is incompatible with conscious life. The struggle then of the author to bring the right word into consciousness is to be looked upon as due ultimately to a resistance set up by the opposition of consciousness to repress sexual material in the unconscious. Freud calls this opposing factor in consciousness the moral censor, and he looks on it as acquired through education and punishment. For him, all morality is acquired and is imposed from without upon the individual. There is no help to be sought from within, for the unconscious is like a zoo in the heart of a great city, full of caged beasts. Let me read that last sentence again. I mangled it there. There is no help to be sought from within, for the unconscious is like a zoo in the heart of a great city, full of caged beasts. Now, the struggle of the author to find the perfect word is, from the point of view of Croce, an example of universal impulse in man to attain fullest expression. Where we have fullest expression, there we have beauty. Where expression is inadequate, we have ugliness, and where we have ugliness, we have inadequate consciousness. This point of view can be applied to the neurosis, and I have endeavored to show in the cases of the patient R and the patient O how the wrong use of interest brought about their maladies. In other words, they were not expressing themselves adequately. The path of right expression was not to be found by interrogating the conscious, but it lay under the form of symbols in the unconscious. The non-expressed part of these patients is not to be looked upon as active repression in the Freudian sense, but as non-expression or as non-realization of unexpressed interest. If we recall the illustration of the master, the servant, and the act of violence, the conscious attitudes of these patients resembles that of the master, who was totally ignorant of the circumstances of his servant's existence. It is impossible to regard this kind of non-realization or ignorance as repression. The significance that has been given to the unconscious in this volume is one that links up with the Aristotelian conception of entelechy, E-N-T-E-L-E-C-H-Y, or a form-giving cause or principle. It preserves the form in the present and at the same time seeks for new form in the future. It is that principle that Driesch, D-R-I-E-S-C-H, calls in as an example of his experiment on the embryo of the sea urchin. If this embryo is divided, we can observe cells which would normally have produced special parts of the individual sea urchin develop into complete individual sea urchins. This teleological view of the unconscious gives a value to its symbolism that is purposive. It has an aim that is corrective, healing, or developmental, just as the forces governing the physical body have these aims. A struggle then may arise in man between his self-conscious will and that entelechy which surrounds him. And that concludes chapter 18. And chapter 19 is going to be called Responsibility. And I believe this is the last chapter in this book. And I hope you're enjoying this book. And if you are, please like and subscribe. And till soon. Dream Psychology, Chapter 19, Responsibility. In treating the neurotic, it's necessary to furnish him with some kind of a plan. The nature of this plan differs considerably in different schools of teaching. Some practical psychologists frequently dismiss certain problems which appear in the course of their work with the remark that they belong to eschatology and do not in any way concern them. Now, in seeking to put the neurotic on his feet so that he may lead an effective life, How far is it possible to do this without any interference to ultimate things? I take it that any kind of philosophy must, of necessity, be considered with ultimate things, that is, with eschatology. In that case, those psychologists who do not consider that their theories have anything to do with eschatology and who treat patients in the light of their theories, presumably do not furnish any kind of philosophy for their patients to draw on. This appears to be a remarkable thing, for I do not see how any neurotic patient can live successfully unless he has a theory of life, either spiritual or philosophical, or both, upon which to act. If a man has a moral conflict, which treatment reveals to him clearly, at least two courses are possible. He may side wholly with one or with the other of the contending ideals. But how can he disentangle his interest from one and put it wholly on the other? Only by a very slow process can this be done. It can be done by gradually allowing a view of life to permeate the man's mind, in which one side of the conflict appears eminently reasonable and the other side dwindles and fades from sight. He will thus either be degraded or refined according to the side he adopts. You cannot say that he solves his conflict by this method. Potentially speaking, it still exists. There has been no attempt to make a synthesis of the two opposing ideals. If you have two friends who quarrel and you go away with one, you do not go away with the quarrel. You do not do away with the quarrel. You only do away with the quarrel when you bring the two friends together and reconcile them. If we have to treat a neurotic with a conflict, our aim should be the reconciliation of the two ideals and not the magnification of the one at the expense of the other. If a man has a conflict between the celibate idea and the unrestrained sexual ideal, we do not want to give him a view of life in which he can see nothing but sexuality, nor do we wish to magnify the celibate ideal until he entirely fails to see that sexuality has a place in life. We must aim at synthesis. The middle, the controlled path, is the ideal, practical way. But how is this to be done? Are we to impose our fantasies on his fantasies? If we endeavor to solve the conflict for the patient by thrusting our own particular view of the world down his throat, then we are doing him moral injury. What kind of interference will find no place in the future? That kind of interference will find no place in the future, for our view may be very helpful and necessary to us and wholly injurious to the patient. The patient must solve his conflict for himself. The conflict must become fully conscious, and therefore he must get in touch with his unconscious. It is here that help can be given to him. When he is in touch with his unconscious, his task of synthesis begins. In this case, eschatological questions will continually arise, and these must be regarded not as if they were absurd and unscientific matters, but as facts of supreme importance in the development of the patient. For as the patient slowly adjusts the life of experience and the life of the unconscious, so will that philosophy of personal responsibility gradually emerge which give him his fullest and best expression. No man who is fully and rightly expressing himself is ever neurotic. How then are we not all neurotics, seeing that none of us attain this ideal? The secret seems to lie in the meaning that we give to the idea of right expression. We must escape from the fixed views that seek to organize humanity as if its individual members were all capable of expressing themselves according to a set plan. This view produces results that are satisfactory for the moment, but because it's necessary But because it necessarily shuts off into the unconscious so much that should find expression, it produces eventually those appalling and dismal cataclysms of which the present war is an example. I do not think it possible for anyone to study neurotic patients from the standpoint of the unconscious without gaining the idea of special tasks. There appears to be a particular line along which fullest expression is most easily experienced in every individual. Along this line, the point of excess is not soon reached. On the contrary, it would appear that there is a backing from the unconscious. Right expression, therefore, must be something that is connected closely with this line, and it might be possible to regard the average neurotic as one who has failed to discover his special line. There is also another consideration, and that's the quality of sensitiveness. The sensitive person has many more problems than the non-sensitive person, and his adjustments are more exhausting. A person who lives in close contact with the unconscious may acquire a very high degree of sensitiveness. The balance between the conscious and the unconscious varies in different people, and where a sensitive under adverse conditions might develop a neurosis, a non-sensitive might scarcely feel anything beyond temporary anxiety. Any system that enforces suppression or encourages avoidance at once begins to thrust into the unconscious psychic energy that should escape by a gradual process. Let me read that sentence again, so that doesn't make any sense. Any system that enforces suppression or encourages avoidance at once begins to thrust into the unconscious psychic energy that should escape by a gradual process. Accumulations in the unconscious are evidently dangerous. As I have already said, they cause cataclysms in human history. All that should have found expression gradually comes forth in some sudden violent eruption. This is exactly comparable to the catastrophes that occur in the individual when he is struck down by a neurosis. Not until he has brought out from his unconscious all that has accumulated there, and not until he has synthesized it with his conscious life will he be cured. I have endeavored to show that what comes from the unconscious is not necessarily always the murderous or the incestuous or the lascivious. Civilization demands that these things should remain unexpressed. The majority of people simply repress them. They endeavor to behave as if these were names for abstract ideas, and so, in time, these things emerge from the unconscious like giants. But when the conscious life is full of animality, when the aims and motives of people are material, another kind of symbol forms in the unconscious and gradually works out into expression in reality. You then get a sudden revival of the spiritual life of the nation. The sudden personal conversions, of which history contains so many examples, illustrate the breaking through of forces of this kind from the unconscious. It has been remarked that a good test of any theory is to ask whether it lessens a man's sense of personal responsibility in the conduct of life, and that if it does, then it is a bad theory. In the 11th chapter, it was suggested that many people might condemn the idea that dreams contain any kind of information that is hidden from the conscious powers of the mind, on the grounds that it casts doubt on the supremacy of reason and judgment. Of a man who watches his dreams and makes use of the material they contain, it might very well be asked whether his life is going to be guided by dreams. The question might be put thus: do you seriously mean to live your life according to what you imagine that you find in those fleeting and shadowy visions which traverse your mind in sleep? If the answer was that such was the intention, then there would be very good cause for ridicule. But when a man says that he takes his dreams into consideration, particularly in periods of doubt and indecision, it does not mean that he casts aside reason and judgment as valueless. He may modify his conduct owing to certain dreams that he experiences, just as he may modify his conduct in accordance with suggestions thrown out by his friends. The suggestions of friends will be founded on personal experience, and they will have as their aim the comfort of the man. But that which is to be gained from the dream will not necessarily follow the same direction. It does not always suggest the line of least resistance or what is expedient. It tends to open up channels of weakness. Its aim is to give the individual fuller expression. This does not mean that it emphasizes egotistical expression. A loud-voiced, conceited man, after he is humiliated and softened by tragic experience, will be a finer person in that he will express much more than he did formerly. No one must expect to live in contact with the unconscious without being constantly humiliated. The capacity for non-realization which people possess is universal. We all have it. We all see faults in other people. But how are we to see them in ourselves? By thinking over our conduct, we can only progress a little way. What is the most deeply rooted and confirmed in our natures is hidden from us because we are it. Like the sun itself, it has no shadow whereby it can recognize its magnitude. But in the dream, we will find the shadow. The idea, then, that the consideration of dreams is likely to be a bad procedure because it will lessen the sense of conscious responsibility does not hold good. On the contrary, if the procedure is properly understood, it will widen the conception of responsibility, for tasks will become apparent which were formerly unrecognized. But the proper understanding of the procedure is only acquired after patient study. A beginner examining his own dreams will be in danger of interpreting them wholly according to his complexes. He will be unable to detach himself from his own ideas of himself. It is naturally difficult for the scrupulously honest man to understand how the thief exists in his unconscious. The extremely pious man finds it impossible to account for the lurid language he uses when partially under an anesthetic. In the same way, the dream, in its true significance, may appear at first sight as something incredible, but realization always comes with difficulty. We have only to look at history in the past and today in the making to see that humanity has to pay an enormous price for every expansion of consciousness. And that concludes this book, Dream Psychology, which was quite marvelous, I think, and explained a lot. I hope you liked it. And I'm considering reading another book by Maurice, what is his name? Nicoll, that's it. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Maurice Nicoll. Anyhow, his other book is called Psychological Commentaries on the Teaching of Gurdjieff. And I've long been fascinated by Gurdjieff and Ouspensky. And so if he can put some perspective on that simplifies it, that would be marvelous. If you have an interest in that, leave a comment below. Let me know. And till soon.